Evening, everyone. Welcome. We need a motion to convene in closed session. Councillor Goddard, Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. As Councillor Fisher to read the territorial acknowledgement.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we were reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Okay, thank you. Have we been moved into closed, Carl?
Can I just interrupt as the clerk? We need to read the recommendation for the reasons for the closed meeting. And I can do that now.
Please do, sir.
Okay, recommendation is that a closed meeting of council be held on May 30th, 2022 at 5:00 p.m. in accordance with section 239, subsection 2, clause F and I of the Municipal Act 2001 to consider the following. Number one, the project Grand River update, and that's under section 239, subsection 2, clause I, confidential, commercial, financial, contractual information and negotiation. Number two, the land donation review under section 239, subsection 2, clause F, as advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. We have a mover and a seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Goddard, Councillor Hallman, and all in favor? I think we did that. Thank you. So Okay, good evening, everyone. Ask the clerk to read the recommendation for council to reconvene in open session, please.
Yes, that council reconvene in open session.
And that's moved by Councillor Gordy, Councillor Fisher, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Before we begin tonight's meeting, let us take a moment to recognize that June is Indigenous History Month and also Pride Month. Indigenous History Month is a time to acknowledge and celebrate the history, heritage, resilience, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in Canada. It is also a time to learn, reflect, and connect with one another. In June, we also celebrate Pride Month. The township is committed to taking the necessary steps towards supporting members of 2SL LGBTQIA+ community. We recognize the importance of equality and working together to support diversity throughout Wilmot. Over the past several years, great strides have been, but we still have a long way to go. This Wednesday, we will raise the pride flag in recognition of this important month. June is a significant month to pause and reflect as we continue to work towards our goals of equity, inclusion, diversity, and belonging. The township will be sharing information throughout the month on various ways we can recognize Indigenous history and Pride Month. So the Ukrainian flag will be coming down and the pride flag will be going up on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. So I'll ask Councillor Fisher to read the territorial acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we have adoption agenda and have the clerk read the recommendation, please.
That the agenda as presented for May 30th, 2022 be adopted.
And that is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Gordick, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Ask clerk to read the recommendation on previous minutes, please. Yeah. Mr. Flats, you are on mute. Still on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can now, yes,
Can you hear
sir.
me now? Is it okay?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize, everybody.
Not a problem.
My mouse is over here, my paper's over here. Okay, that the minutes of the following meetings be adopted as presented. Number one, regular council meetings of Monday, April 25th and Monday, May 16th, 2022. And number two, special council meeting of Monday, May 9th, 2022.
That's moved by Councillor Gerber, Councillor Fisher, Comments, questions, corrections, omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. There are no public meetings this evening. There are no presentations this evening. First up is the consent agenda. We will now move into the consent agenda. If members of council have any questions and want to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate so now, and we will not take questions on consent items unless the items are requested to be moved to the regular agenda. I note that item 11.3 has delegation, so we will remove that to the regular agenda. And I would ask that the acting clerk to read the recommendation for the remaining 3 consent items.
That the recommendations for consent items 11.1, 11.2, and 11.4 be approved.
That is moved by Councillor Gordick and Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the reports, first report is the North Frontenac Telephone Corporation Limited Municipal Access. We will now attend to item number 3, consent item number 3. Mr. Mahoney, do you wish to speak on the item?
Through you, Mayor, sure. I'll give a brief summary quickly. This is a report requesting authorization of a municipal access agreement with North Frontenac Telephone Corporation Limited. This is a similar agreement, or a very similar agreement that council would have seen over the last year or so that we entered into with Mornington. Very quickly, it's a obviously municipal access agreement. They're very common with telecom and utilities that occupy our rights of way. And so it's a very straightforward report, and certainly would be glad to answer any questions should you have any.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like to ask the clerk to read the recommendation.
That report 2022-24 be received for information, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into municipal access agreement with North Frontenac Telephone Corporation Limited.
Thank you. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Fisher. Yeah. We do have a delegation, so before commencing here with hearing from delegations, I would like to remind all delegations for this evening of some guidelines for participation. Delegations will be allotted 7 minutes to speak. We also ask that you leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. You are then welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting being webcast live via YouTube. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate muting and removal from the meeting. 1, interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, hate speech, or defamatory comments. I'll now call upon the delegations to speak to this item. First delegation in this matter is Grant Ruffley.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, Mr. Ruffley is not present in the queue, so we might want to move on to the second delegation.
Thank you. Our next delegation will be Kevin Thompson.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome, Kevin, and you have your 7 minutes.
Excellent. Good. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, councillors, and guests. My name is Kevin Thomason. I live at 1115 Cedar Grove Road at Sunfish Lake, and I'm speaking in my capacity as Secretary of the Sunfish Lake Association tonight. It has now been well over a month since our neighborhood association learned that North Frontenac Telecom has been awarded the contract to finally bring high-speed internet to our community. For more than 17 years, we've been trying to get high-speed internet to our area, and it was a real surprise to be included in this most recent SWIFT contract after so many years of very significant efforts to get the very basic communications infrastructure that many Canadians take for granted. We are blessed to live in an amazing natural area. The Laurel Creek Headwaters environmentally sensitive landscape is a home to over 70 rare, endangered, and regionally significant species. Our community and landscape is very unique, and for decades, we have worked hard to live in balance with nature sustainably. While there is considerable excitement for finally getting the internet connectivity most Canadians want, there is also considerable concerns about how this service is going to be provisioned to our area without destroying entire forests, tree canopies, our wetlands, and creeks. We've been in touch with Wilmot Township numerous times to try to learn about what the plans are for our area, and while very responsive, they've not been able to tell us much. We've been in touch with SWIFT, who administer these massive municipal high-speed projects, and they too have not been very insightful. We have also tried to connect with North Frontenac Telecom many, many times. Our messages and calls to their office and staff go unanswered time and time again. We were finally able to set up a meeting, but then were stood up and left standing in the woods for a meeting that we had all taken time off work for. We have tried to reach sales staff, installation staff, support staff, and senior management who had no response despite repeated attempts. We once managed to connect with North Frontenac's head of construction, but have never been able to reach him since, despite his commitment to follow up and come for a site meeting. Recent calls and texts to every contact we have for North Frontenac Telecom have all gone unanswered, even when we wrote letters, sent emails, texts, and left phone messages saying that we'd be coming tonight to oppose the issue of this municipal access agreement and ask for a deferral until a plan is developed on how our unique area is going to be serviced. And we received absolutely no response from anyone. SWIFT assures us the installation will be completed by August 31st of this year, as stipulated in this large $7.5 million agreement to provision fiber optic cabling and modern communications to this part of Wilmot Township. Our neighborhood association is extremely concerned about the unresponsiveness, lack of follow-up, and approach to this project so far. And there's been a rapidly diminishing confidence in the ability of North Frontenac to actually service our area. There are considerable concerns that customer service is not a priority and that we're going to be locked into a poorly performing monopoly for our only telecom, television, internet, and essential communication service for decades ahead. If we can't even reach them now, when there's been so many repeated inquiries, phone messages, and texts, what will happen in the future when our internet or telephones are down and we can't reach anyone for repairs? Thankfully, I can report that late this afternoon, we finally had a call return from North Frontenac's Vice President of Operations, and we've been able to work out a plan for the weeks ahead to meet and try to figure out how to provision fiber to our unique and challenging natural area with such limited access and its forests, streams, and wetlands. We're optimistic that things will start to go better. However, there are still many concerns to be addressed. While we were initially seeking a deferral or refusal of this approval of the MMA tonight, until there is an agreed upon plan on how to service our area, we're willing to be trustworthy and see the approval of the MMA tonight, provided you are aware of our concerns and negative experiences to date. In conclusion, our community has put an astounding effort in over the past 17 years to try to get high speed to our area. Literally hundreds of hours meeting with every possible company, telco, wireless carrier, installation company, and more. We're eager to make this work and optimistic that we'll be able to work with North Frontenac Telecom to address the many unknowns, unanswered questions, and work together to develop the best possible plan despite the significant lack of communications until just a few hours ago. We will keep you posted on how things unfold in the weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. A couple of questions. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. Kevin, thanks for your delegation and sharing what's been going on. One of the things that has been brought to my attention from the Indigenous community is Sunfish Lake being near and dear to their heart. And so I'm just asking through your lens of someone who lives in that community, can you address some of the issues that you're specifically concerned about with installation happening?
Yeah, when we first heard it was coming, we assumed that they'd be following the hydro pole lines. We don't have many services in this area. There is no natural gas or cable TV or anything like that. The only thing we have is hydro and good old copper telephone lines that were put in the 1930s and are still the original lines from the 1930s. We were quite surprised to learn in the one call we did get with the North Frontenac's construction supervisor that they don't run on the hydro poles and that they won't be coming in on the poles, which then, given the considerable tree canopy and the lack of any other way in private lands and issues, becomes quite concerning on just how are they going to get in here. Now, because we did 17 years of research, and had every company on the planet we could find out here to try to help provision, we've had companies put proposals for submarine cables under the lake and 300-foot high towers and all kinds of other things. We can certainly tell them what others have told us might work or might not work over the years, be it horizontal boring or ditching or trenching or new cable lines or whatever. But on the other hand, our community is quite concerned. We've got little old ladies who are worried about their petunia beds, and other people worried about that prized tree behind their place, and other people worried about some of the rare birds nesting, or green herons or whatever, that are right in the likely path of this. And few Canadians have probably ever even seen a green heron, let alone a green heron nest. So it's something that we've got to have conversations with them to have agreed upon plan and know what to expect. And they need to know that this just isn't any other area where they can just come bulldozing through. This isn't a wide open farm field or something like that. So this is where we just need to have this discussions and collaboration. And it's been very frustrating to have kind of one side working so hard and absolutely no response until just a few hours ago from the other side, despite tremendous efforts.
Thank you for that. That helps. Can I have a follow-up to Mr. Mullen, who's through the mayor? Can you comment on what Mr. Thompson has discussed, and if there's options for us to have these conversations with telecommunications? Is that something that we've done in the past, or how can that look going forward?
Mr. Mahoney Hughes.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. The purpose of this agreement is more or less to require further detailed plans to be submitted, and for the constructor basically to follow a specific process of approvals. Speaking to the, I guess, jurisdiction of the agreement, it applies really to the municipal rights of way only, where if the telecom or any telecom wishes to do work on private property, that really would be up to them to gain approvals from those private property holders. And any other processes that they would have to go through in terms of permitting, whether it be GRCA or other permits required, depending on what areas they're constructing, that is entirely the responsibility of the constructor. So to answer the question, generally, yes, I think there is provision for more detailed working with Sunfish Lake and the association, and certainly staff have been working to that end to facilitate that, including some of the stuff conversations going on today, so that there is a level of confidence to move forward with this project. As noted, it is a SWIFT project, so it's been announced, and really the contractor needs, I should say, the owner of the telecom needs this agreement in place for them to proceed with detailed drawings and detailed information. We have not allowed the process of approvals to proceed, so reviewing design drawings and that sort of thing. And we really have been trying to facilitate that dialogue between the telecom and between Sunfish Lake, and we would do the same for any other difficult situations like that. We would do our best to facilitate between.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Gordick.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Mullenhouse first, and then maybe for Mr. Thomason. So I do know that there's bald eagles up there. So speaking to Mr. Thomason's concerns about some of the rare animals and species and birds that are up there, I do know, because I get regular calls from residents up Sunfish Lake, that please be careful up there. Don't be shooting off fireworks and guns and stuff because of the bald eagles. So that's a concern that I want to make sure that we're addressing as well. Is there a way for us to, would deferring this help them to be in better contact with us as a municipality? To sort of say, look, they've been trying for a long time to do this. We need you to be more cooperative. I'm concerned that if we pass this and then they don't get in touch with us. Again, as Mr. Thomason said, they've been doing this for quite some time, putting them off and not responding until this afternoon when we go to pass it, which potentially means we could have pulled it. So I'm not comfortable with somebody using that kind of procedure with us. Is there something we can do to sort of ensure that they will follow the proper rules and procedures and not just wait to the last minute to do everything and then hope we pass it, to kind of pass any planning or zone change or any of those kind of situations?
Mr. Mullen-Hughes?
Through you, Mayor, sorry, I assumed that was directed at me. With respect to, I guess, our confidence, I've seen a lot of information flowing today. And have a very good level of confidence that they intend to follow through on further dialogue with Sunfish Lake and the community, I guess we'll say in the project area. With respect to, I guess, what had happened, from my understanding, it seemed almost like a comedy of errors in terms of communication. I understand there was a number of people that were trying to connect with various different members of the telecom, and or maybe it was a single person trying to connect with the telecom and maybe wasn't getting to the right source. So we were able to, at the staff level, connect Mr. Thomason with the right people there, and they did have that dialogue. But unfortunately, that conversation didn't happen, or at least start to happen until last week, Friday, and into to Monday, into today. So in my opinion, no, I think that this is something that, as far as the agreement goes, it would be our preference as staff and our recommendation as staff that we do have this agreement authorized, and that further approvals and further work with the local area would be facilitated through any other approval process that we would have, drawings construction wise, and that they would certainly follow through on that with Sunfish Lake residents.
Okay, just to follow up through you, Mayor. Can you speak then, so you've said that they won't, because it's right of way, so they wouldn't go onto private property. What public lands are up there that they wouldn't have to get those same permissions? That, for example, if they were to go in, and unfortunately on the public lands is where the bald eagles are, or where the public lands is where the green heron is. So do we have any concerns about what they would do on the public lands that are up there? And how much is there that they would be potentially crossing over?
Through you, Mayor, I guess with respect to the public lands that would be covered under this agreement, it would be the rights of way, like the roadway and the highway itself. So essentially what we look at through the municipal consent process, we locate where we would approve the location of where their fiber would be located within our roadway. So, we would usually try to stick that somewhere pretty close to the road structure itself. So our intent, certainly through any sort of approval process, would be to keep construction away from anything outside of the road edge and more towards the ditch or in the vegetated area. We would try to keep our approvals to locations that would be of least impact to the naturalized environment.
Finally, one follow-up. So, Mr. Thomason, just to kind of go back to you, as I said, I would. Your confidence level has been increased based on the call conversation, and that the Sunfish Association is satisfied that working with the township and the telecom company, that you're giving the faith to them, and you're okay with us to sort of pass this agreement.
Yeah, thank you for checking. And it's a struggle. We have waited 17 years for this. We want it to proceed. It would be heartbreaking to say, no, hold this up tonight. I am encouraged by the call I had with Grant. I'll call it late at 3:30 till we were on the phone about an hour and a half till about 5 o'clock this afternoon. It was encouraging. Is it too little too late? I don't know. I guess the conversations I've had with the Sunfish Lake executive between 5 and 7, and this time starting, was let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's take a leap here, but let's make sure you're aware of our concerns. And, I don't think it's just Sunfish Lake. While I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Sunfish Lake, anyone who knows this ESL area knows that there isn't a ditch on the Wilmot line. It's all wetlands. There isn't a ditch on Carmel Cook for vast stretches because it's all wetlands. Weimar Line, Cressler Road, so many of the areas that they're talking about coming through here, even on Burlett's Road, there's a very narrow cut. First, they have to go through a valley at the end of Sunfish Lake, but then they have to go through a very big cut that already has erosion issues. I'm not quite sure how you trench through a cliff of a hill already eroding without creating future issues. So it's just something that, I think we all need to enter this eyes open and heads up. It was a surprise for us to finally find out that we were getting this. It was labeled as Josephburg in the SWIFT announcement. I'm not quite sure if many Wilmot citizens even know Joseph, but we certainly didn't know we were referred to as Josephburg out here. So it's really caught a lot of people by surprise. We haven't been able to find out very much about it. We've been working hard and trying hard, fearing that we'll find out about it when there's a backhoe digging up a wetland or something like that. And hence why we just want to come into this eyes wide open and ensuring that you're aware of our concerns and that we don't have a plan yet moving forward. We're willing to trust in the approval tonight and that hope it will lead to the next steps. Apparently the MMA lead to the MCs, and the MCs are the detailed plans. I understand there's private MCs that need to be entered in with all the private landowners here to get up and down our laneways and rights of way and that sort of thing. Some of those may be easier to get than others, or we may need to have contingency plans. I don't know what all will be involved. It's just going to take a lot of collaboration. And so far we haven't had much collaboration. It's been a pretty one-sided, yelling into the wilderness and no one responding. So we are optimistic. I do encourage you to approve this MMA tonight, but full awareness, we want things on the table and we want you to know our concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Can the Director of Public Works comment on what environmental reports or conditions would apply to construction of this nature, both and most especially, of course, on municipal land, but also in terms of providing residents with some information about the process that they can expect the company to have to go through. And then I have a follow-up.
Through you, Mayor, with respect to additional reports and other documents that may be required, for municipal access and for municipal consent, we do not require additional reports on, say, environmental and features and such like that. That's not typically what the scope of review for municipal consent would be. We'll say the proper jurisdiction for those types of approvals would fall under, different regulations and different authorities and different bodies that would look after those types of things. So, in the event that they were, constructing in a wetland, that's obviously something that GRCA and other provincial bodies would enforce and look after. We, at this point, where municipal consents and municipal access is rooted, is more or less we approve the location of the fiber installation in the right of way. So the location could be at wherever we can fit it into our right of way and where it's of least impact, to other features in the area. We do our best to manage whatever impacts may happen with residents as well. But sometimes if there are requirements that may, which has happened, but there are requirements that may push them into a regulated area or a different regulatory review process, that is entirely on the constructor to follow up with and to ensure they're meeting the regulatory requirements. So if there is additional reporting for those types of permits, that is entirely on the constructor to follow through on, and is enforced by a different body, not by the township. With respect to communications, I believe there was a question about communications and how they more or less communicate with the area. We do require them to have a forward communication and give us particular information so that when there are these types of projects that are, we'll say, significant in terms of the scale of the project, that they have a centralized point of contact for residents to get in touch with. We would typically have our own, we'll say, project manager on the file that would also be a municipal point of contact to help facilitate some of the dialogue between when there are communication challenges. But that's really what we would require as far as communications and other sort of direct communications would really be up to the the telecom to follow through on.
Follow up, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Given that it isn't standard practice, is there any capacity or ability, since this is a very sensitive part of our township, environmentally speaking, to at least request being copied on environmental assessments or permissions that may be required as they're planning the route of presumably trenching or boring, and how can we, given, again, this isn't just our average run-of-the-mill, side of the street, right? This is a pretty sensitive area. So I think that my interest is in seeing what we as a township can do to ensure that we really step up to the due diligence required to protect it, and ensure that, we're not gonna be sorry later.
Through you, Mayor, with respect to additional approvals, the last part of the process is obviously construction. Before we allow construction to proceed, we have a right-of-way work permit that has a number of points and clauses that are required to be followed or to be provided on demand, more or less, by the township. One of those is additional permits that if there are GRCA permits that would have been issued for the project, we can make that request to them as part of their work permit for the construction to proceed. My understanding is that we are also copied on all permits within the township released by the GRCA. So there are methods for us to see some of that stuff coming through, and certainly through the construction process itself, we have the ability to, we'll say, force that communication to us to ensure that it is in place. Again, I do want to be clear, though, this is not something that the township staff can regulate, we'll say, or enforce, but it is something that we can, from a permit standpoint, ensure that at least they're, pursuing the right permitting through the construction process.
If I may, one final follow-up. Can I request that staff inform council from time to time on where the process is at, and perhaps just keep us in the loop, since it is a sensitive topic. And I want to thank Mr. Thompson for taking the time to bring the concerns to the table.
Through you, Mayor, just in response to the request for communication. So we've had, we call them uplift projects, fiber uplift projects like this before in the township. And we did have one in Baden a few years ago that was a fairly significant project. And typically with these types of projects, they're, can be very busy, we'll say, with residents and complaints and follow up and issues. We did try to engage in a level of communication with council to keep council in the loop, and we can certainly do that. I don't think it's going to be sort of on a daily or weekly type of basis, but certainly with respect to project status and that type of thing, we're happy to keep council in the loop.
Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. Councillor Fenning, when she started speaking, I put my hand down because she addressed the question that I was going to bring. But the further she spoke, I felt that maybe, and got clarification from the Director of Public Works. I'm wondering if it's possible that with our lens and the environmental care that this council shows for Sunfish Lake and that surrounding area and Wilmot Line, I'm wondering if staff can work with us to write a letter with this, assuming this will be endorsed this evening, just to state our ongoing interest that happened with the council this evening, that we have shown interest. We're asking for regular updates, and that we are standing in solidarity with the Indigenous community about the interest in the wetlands of this area, and ask for them to kind of walk with us and to ensuring that it's a slow, informed process, that we make every possible step, that this is our intent of the community. That way they go into this agreement with us, understanding how we take our care and responsibility for this community. I'm not sure if Ms. Chambers can comment on that.
Ms. Chambers?
Is council providing direction to staff, or I would defer to Director Mullenhouse to see if that could be part of the ongoing conversations that he is engaging in with North Frontenac.
Mr. Mullenhouse?
Through you, Mayor, I need some clarification. Are you suggesting a letter from council or a letter from staff? I'm not entirely sure what specifically the request is.
Go ahead, Councillor Hallman.
Thank you. A follow-up for clarification for everybody. I'm suggesting that the letter come from someone at the staff level with the endorsement of council this evening, that these are the cares and concerns that we have addressed at this council meeting going forward with this project.
Okay, that sounds like something that's possible. Ms. Chambers?
If council so directs, then we can provide a letter on behalf of council. Would you have a motion, Councillor Hallman, in terms of the content?
Perhaps we can get some wordsmithing together, sorry, through the mayor. And I know that unless we want to, sorry, just pausing to think about the best action forward. Perhaps we can get staff to help articulate this, but the broad direction being that council endorse supporting of a letter articulating our care concerns for walking with the Indigenous community and care and concerns of the environment, that we stay in constant communication with the telecommunications company about navigating forward with the environmental protections that we're interested in.
Through you, Mayor, if I might request, is that something you're expecting for the project area, or where, just in terms of where that particular letter would be delivered? I'm not clear on what where that would be delivered to.
So I'm asking for that letter, sorry, through the mayor. I'm asking for the letter to be delivered to the telecommunications company.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something I think can be very short and concise as to what our concerns are. I don't think it has to be a large volume. It's just we have to get the point across as what the concerns are about the environment, especially. Councillor Gordick.
Through your mayor, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to put words into Councillor Hallman's mouth, however, I think to sort of add to that is one of the things that I've spoken to Ms. Chambers about is I think that we as a council have committed to our climate emergency, we've committed to our 50 by 30, and we have our sustainability working group. I think even if the letter sort of starts off by saying with council's commitment to these environmental issues, we are asking that the telecommunications company, and maybe it goes right to the director or the CEO or the VP that you spoke to today, Mr. Mullenhouse, to sort of let him know that this particular area, we want some due diligence done by the telecommunications company before they start digging. And I think that's kind of where I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Hallman, if you want to shake, is that kind of where you're leading to sort of have the letter from staff?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gordick. Yeah, so along those lines, just kind of broadly, I appreciate that added lens of just identifying our commitment as Wilmot Council has already addressed to those environmental aspects, and further that we're just looking for due diligence from the telecommunications company with our conversations that we had this evening for care for this very environmentally sensitive lands.
Mr. Mullenhughes.
Through you, Mayor, maybe most appropriate then, as far as if we are gaining approval this evening on the access agreement. Typically, we would follow up with the telecom company in email form, we'll say, and speak to some of the particular concerns. I'd be happy to do that, certainly, and give them that response in terms of what we've heard this evening at council and just what the concerns outlaid are, just to flag it to their attention. We certainly don't need a motion to do that. That's something we would do anyways. So, understanding a little bit more now what the request is, that's something we can convey to North Frontenac following this evening.
Well, we have a consensus on that. That's good. So no further questions. So we'll call the question on the recommendation. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Okay, so the next item is the official plan review, the land needs assessment. We have a motion, but Councillor Hallman has presented an alternative motion. And beg your pardon? So, can we have Councillor Hallman's motion put up? What's that? Ms. Chambers?
Through you, Mayor, I think we anticipated that Director of Development Services would present his report prior to the alternative motion.
We can do that.
And then we would hear delegations, and then Councillor Hallman's alternative motion could be presented at that time.
Okay. Mr. Okrafka.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I have what hopefully is a brief presentation to somewhat simplify what is probably an overly complicated process of planning for growth in the province of Ontario. I want to assure you that the simplicity of the presentation in no way is attempting to undermine the importance of this discussion and this process, planning growth for Wilmot Township to 2051 and for the region to 2051. Brenna McKinnon, who's the Manager of Planning, and Roderick Gear, who's the Commissioner of Planning for the Region of Waterloo, are in attendance tonight and would be available following my report for questions as well, or at any point that council may have questions. And certainly I can try to answer questions as well. Next slide, please. So basically, what is the land needs assessment, or an LNA is the common lingo that you'll hear. The land needs assessment is an important step in determining how the region will allocate and accommodate population and employment growth to 2051. The growth itself is allocated to the region by the province of Ontario through the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. And in addition to providing the allocation of growth, the province also establishes a methodology for the region to use to assess the quantity of additional land required, if any, to accommodate that growth to 2051. Next slide, please. For the region of Waterloo, the province has forecasted that it will grow by approximately 300,000 new residents and approximately 178,000 jobs over the next 30 years. Represents about a 50% population increase. The province requires that a minimum of 50% of this growth occur in what they refer to as the existing built-up area, or BUA. And essentially, that's the boundary that was established by the province in 2006. It loosely, I'm getting feedback. I'm not sure somebody's mic is on. It essentially equates to the built-up area of the settlements, but that includes the lands that may have been developed over the last number of years. That would have been DGA in 2006. In addition, the province requires that any development that occurs outside of the BUAs, and again, typically that's the Greenfield area, the DGA, that it have a minimum density of 50 people and jobs per hectare. And those provincial requirements, I want to emphasize, are minimums, meaning that higher rates of intensification and higher DGA densities are permitted if desired. And they're determined by looking at the entire regional BUA and DGA. They're not necessarily area specific. So you'll see higher intensification rates and higher DGA densities in the cities, for example, than you would in a rural municipality. But the average across the region needs to at least hit those minimums. Next slide, please. The region has presented three drafters, forwarded out three draft options within the LNA. And I'll summarize them briefly for you. They've circulated them for comments. They've had public meetings. The report details the level of engagement to this stage. And so that is what this report is focused on. It's focused on those same three scenarios that members of the public and organizations and development groups have commented on directly to the region. And this is a summary for you. Option number one is basically focused on achieving what would be required to achieve the growth plan minimums, basically the 50% intensification and 50 people and jobs per hectare regionally. It would forecast an additional growth to Wilmot of 13,700 people to 2051. It forecasts an intensification rate of 30% for Wilmot and a DGA density requirement of 42 people and jobs per hectare. And it would generate the need for about 197 hectares of additional land to be designated in Wilmot for community area, or the area where the residential development would occur. Next slide. The second option is a more compact development and a modest community area expansion with 60% intensification rate and a 60 people and jobs per hectare regionally. It dramatically reduces the population allocation to Wilmot from the 13,000 plus to 7,600 people to 2051. And it increases the intensification rate to 45% for Wilmot with a density of designated greenfield at 51 people and jobs per hectare. And it doesn't require any additional land to be designated for Wilmot community area to 2051. Next slide, please. And the third option presented by the region is even more compact development and achieves no community area expansion across the region using a 60% intensification rate and a 66 people and jobs per hectare density. It further reduces the allocation of growth to Wilmot to 6,100 with an intensification rate at 45%, similar to option two, and a lower DGA density of development at 46 people and jobs per hectare. And again, requires 0 hectares of additional land to be designated in Wilmot Township for the community area. Next slide, please. So in considering what an appropriate population allocation to Wilmot Township might be, we prepared some numbers for you to consider. Wilmot as the total of the population of the region in 2001, 2006, 2016, and more recently in 2021. And then we took those same numbers from those three options that I just summarized to show you what percentage of the regional population we would be in 2051. And then we added in for comparison the full utilization of the New Hamburg wastewater treatment plant, which has a current capacity, a 2021 capacity. It's reviewed every year and the numbers are updated, but the 2021 capacity unallocated was 10,400 people. So you can see from that chart that in 2021, we represent about 3.7% of the population of the region. Under option one, that would increase to 3.9%, whereas in option two and option three with the reduced population allocations, it would drop closer to 3% under option three. Utilizing a population forecast that equates to the capacity of the plant, which has already been built and the monies have been spent, would equate to about 3.6% population, which, as you can see from the highlights, pretty much would mean that in 2051, our percentage of regional population would essentially remain the same as it is today. Next slide, please. So a brief summary of the considerations of population based on these three options and these three options only. would be that option one exceeds the capacity of the New Hamburg wastewater treatment plant. The current capacity again is 10,400. The population forecast at 13,700. In the opinion of staff, is inappropriate as it exceeds our capacity to service and would require an expanse originally to expand that sewage treatment plant. And as one of the basic building blocks of the LNA and the MCR process, the goal is to minimize regional expenditures and maximize the use of existing infrastructure across the region. So exceeding the capacity of a plant, requiring it to be expanded would not meet that test. And so for that reason, I want to emphasize staff do not support option one as being practical for Wilmot Township. However, with respect to options 2 and 3, they do achieve the 0 hectares of additional community area, which for some people is important. However, they do that at the expense of population. They're achieved by reducing population and increasing intensification to the point that it works out to 0. And from that perspective, it doesn't also adhere to that building block because it doesn't use the capacity that's already been built. And therefore, it does not maximize the value of existing infrastructure to 2051. And so for that reason, staff have concerns about those lower population allocations and quite frankly, the financial impact that may be generated by those on things like development charges, which are predicated on an annual average growth rate that's higher than what those reduced populations would generate. Next slide, please. With respect to intensification considerations, as you will recall, just before this council was elected in 2017, we started our official plan update. And at that time, in looking at intensification rates, the historic 10-year average for Wilmot was about 17%. We considered how to do better and what constituted better. Many rural municipalities try to focus on that 20% mark. The recommendation of staff and what council adopted within the official plan update was a 30%, recognizing that it was aggressive. It was well beyond anything that we had done before, but it was important for the very simple reason that the greater the intensification that occurs, the less farmland in the long term that would be required for growth. And it provides more dense forms of housing and opportunities that quite frankly don't exist typically in most rural communities, which are largely predicated on the single family dwelling. Over the last 5 years, based on regional numbers contained within the LNA document, Wilmot has averaged intensification rate of about 21%. So we've done better, and certainly the future looks like we will continue to do better with more and more projects that you're aware of seeing the light of day, such as, for example, the apartment building at the former Egley site in Baden is a good example, or the Hink Street redevelopment is a good example. So some good intensification projects in the way that will continue to increase our percentage of intensification. Again, as I indicated, the Wilmot official plan intensification target of 30% exceeds our historical rate, but it also exceeds the rates experienced by our other fellow rural municipalities in Waterloo region. And it significantly exceeds the projections of the region for the other rural municipalities under options 1, 2, or 3. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the options 1, 2, and 3 for each rural township and the region's expectations of intensification that could be achieved. Township of Dumfries ranges from 15 to 20%. Wellesley ranges from 10 to 13. Woolwich Township, which has a significant population allocation under these draft LNAs, ranges from 19 to 22%. And then you can see that Wilmot is significantly greater, with the lowest being 30% and the option 2 and 3 being at 45%. Next slide, please. The density of development is another consideration, and that relates to how many houses and units of residential accommodation do we pack into the designated greenfield area, for lack of a better word. The more units you create on the same hectare of land generates less land that ultimately is required to accommodate growth. Again, the provincial minimum density for new development is 50 people and jobs per hectare. Again, that's averaged over the entire regional DGA. Within the regional context, the region assigns a lower density to rural DGA than it does to city DGA, and that is to reflect the historical lower densities that are found in rural communities. And again, as I indicated, increasing the minimum required density of development assists in minimizing the size of any required expansion to township urban areas. Next slide, please. So briefly, our staff recommendation based on these three options. We quite frankly don't support any of the options at this time. We certainly don't support option one, as it exceeds the capacity of the New Hamburg sewage treatment plant, and therefore, in our opinion, does not meet the requirements of the exercise from a Wilmot perspective. We believe that in order to maximize the efficient use of existing servicing capacity, that future scenario should provide for a population allocation of 10,400 people to the Township of Wilmot to the year 2051, which, as I indicated in the previous slides, aligns with Wilmot's historical share of regional population. We recognize that there are opportunities to achieve zero land to Wilmot through reducing the population allocation, but we would question whether that's really the intent of the exercise. Is the intent of the exercise to determine how to minimize how much land is required and ensure that it's appropriately planned for, or is the exercise to start with a zero and then see how you get there? So we don't have enough information, quite frankly. The process has been quite quick. It has been a long process, and yet the public component of it has been fairly quick. So certainly we have questions that we would like to see answers to. Within the report, I do highlight at a high level the response of regional staff, what that number could generate, but that was only in the context of Wilmot and not how that would fit into the larger overall regional picture. Essentially, population loss in one municipality is population gained in another municipality. DGA being added in one municipality is typically at the expense of it being taken away in another municipality. And alternatively, an indication that Wilmot, for example, does not want DGA would simply give that DGA to someone else if the scenario that was chosen contained that. As we know, there are a number of scenarios that have been proposed as part of this circulation, and the region will need to decide whether they circulate those for additional comment or whether they incorporate them into their preferred concept. With respect to intensification, from a staff perspective, we feel a 30% intensification target is probably more appropriate for Wilmot than a 45%. We certainly have no request or support to lower our intensification requirement down to 20 that's allocated to the other townships. We feel we can do better. We have been doing better, and we want to do better. So we certainly don't support dropping below that 30% intensification target that we literally just set a couple of years ago. We feel that's an appropriate target. And then our third point is that we feel we should try to intensify greenfield developments, push a little bit higher. Again, there are a lot of parameters that are probably more complicated than I can explain, related to ensuring that the average over the planning horizon exceeds those minimums. But certainly we feel that the minimum of 50 people and jobs per hectare, we think that Wilmot can do better than that. And we certainly would expect that we can find a number that generates more population on existing DGA that's available that will further reduce how much land would be required in the future to accommodate growth. Next slide, please. So with respect to other future scenarios, certainly we acknowledge, and council certainly aware, that other scenarios have been proposed and that future scenarios may be generated by the region for consideration. We feel that it's very important that any preferred scenario be equitable to Wilmot Township in terms of population allocation, in terms of intensification expectations, and in terms of fiscal impacts to the corporation. It is important that all future scenarios be appropriately vetted in a public forum to ensure that decisions are made with a full understanding of the implications of those scenarios, not only from a regional level, but also at the local level. For Township Council to endorse a scenario, we feel is really important that you understand the fiscal impacts of that decision on the corporation over the 30-year planning horizon. Next slide, please. Other considerations of importance that we've identified, and certainly we've heard it from other municipalities, from the development industry and from the environmental groups who we've been speaking with a fair bit in the last few days in particular. The region's timelines are quite aggressive and significantly limit our ability of township staff to engage with the greater Wilmot population. An example would be we were requested to attend the Board of Trade last Wednesday night. We weren't able to do that because we haven't presented this report to Township Council yet. It would be rather inappropriate for us to be going to community groups making presentations without first having presented that to Council. So that's one example of the type of engagement that we feel is necessary on such an important decision to the community. We feel that slowing down the process to allow the generation of additional scenarios, whatever those scenarios are, and there could be a number, I think Mr. Van Hinty at Wellesley Council said the correct number of scenarios maybe is 63 scenarios or something to that effect, that there's a few basic parameters that go into the scenarios, but there's lots of potential outcomes across the region. And the goal would be to find the correct solution and an equitable solution so that everyone in 2051 is better off than they were today. The goal would be to have every municipality win in this process of that signing growth. And so that takes time, and it's not necessarily something that can happen in a rapid time frame. And then fiscal impacts. We feel that it's very important, and I've indicated this before, that Township Council ensure they understand the fiscal impacts of any recommended scenario that they make to ensure that they understand fully what they're agreeing to in terms of the impacts on growth and the impacts on even affordability. You know, reducing the rate of growth reduces the amount that covers new infrastructure, and therefore the cost of things like development charges inherently will go up, and increases in development charges will certainly impact the affordability of new construction. And so it's a bit of a double-edged sword, and hopefully there's a solution within there that works best for Wilmot and that fits within the regional context. Next slide, please. So the next steps. Regional staff are currently considering all of this input for a variety of forums. They've had public meetings, all council meetings on the three scenarios. The region is planning, based on their staff report, to release a prepared scenario and draft regional plan amendment in mid-June, which is a few weeks away. And then planning to hold the public statutory meeting on the preferred scenario in late July, and planning to request that council adopt that amendment in August. And then this fall, there'll be additional updates to the regional plan on other subject matters related to the municipal comprehensive review, including agricultural lands, potentially gravel policies, green lands network, natural heritage, a number of other policies that I can't think of off the top of my head. And I believe that is the final slide. Yes, questions? I'd be happy to answer questions. Again, Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning for the Region of Waterloo, Brendan McKinnon, Manager of Planning for the Region of Waterloo, have been invited and are in attendance should council have any questions. I do recognize that there are a number of delegations who wish to speak on this as well. And I understand Councillor Hallman has a resolution to propose as well.
Well, we shall hear from the delegations and then have our discussion. So our first delegation is Kevin Eby, and we'll have staff display Mr. Eby's presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I want to provide some context for the discussion that's going on at the moment, and I think it's helpful for you. Things are changing very quickly here in the region of Waterloo. And we don't know with any certainty what's going to happen between now and 2051. I think that's a very fair statement. The one thing that we do know is that the change that's been happening is actually driving us towards more sustainability. Next slide, please. You can see in this slide the percentage of single detached units built over the last roughly 20 years has dropped from 78% in 2002 to just slightly under 20% in 2021. Next slide, please. At the same time, the intensification rate has gone up significantly. from approximately 40% in 2006 to what has averaged 64% over the last 5 years. We've actually averaged 59.5% over the last 10 years. So we're moving along very quickly in intensification. Next slide, please. Another example is the change in accessory units. In 2012, they represented 3% of 2,400 units built. In 2021, they represented 9% of 6,000 units. And in fact, in 2020 and 2021 alone, there was 29% of the accessory units forecast for option 2 were built in those 2 years alone. And that forecast was meant to cover 32 years. Next slide, please. And what happens when change occurs is the forecasting methodologies don't work well. The orange line is the forecast for the single detached dwellings put forward, the market forecast put forward by the developers at the OMB hearing back in 2012. They were predicting 64% singles until 2031. The blue line is the actual construction. To date, the Region Waterloo has actually built 129% of the apartment units that were forecast by Altus to 2031. Next slide, please. And age in place is a big issue. Basically, the pre-boomer generation generally aged in place. Almost uniformly, they acted the same. And most forecasts assume they'll continue to do that. However, some recent research in the region has shown the first 25% of the baby boomers immediately before and after retirement are selling their singles at a rate approximately 65% higher than the pre-boomer generation. Next slide, please. To give you some context as well, only 17,055 units were built in the greenfield areas over the past decade. As of mid-year 2021, there were 20,858 vacant registered and draft approved units in plans of subdivision. There was another 15,000 units in pending plans. Especially the approved plans, these plans will not change substantially, meaning we're already locked into more of the same in greenfield areas for at least 10 years. Next slide, please. So what we do know is that expansion decisions made today are decisions for 30 years. They're virtually impossible to roll back. However, decisions not to expand are revisited in 5 years. And I really think Mr. Okrafka has raised some very valid issues, and I think we need to slow down and get this right. Next slide, please. And if we look at the key challenges, climate change, housing for seniors, housing affordability, and loss of agricultural lands, you've heard a lot on the first one. You're going to hear from Mark Reeser on the second. I'm going to, with the limited time, deal with housing for seniors. Next slide, please. In the 2021 census, there were 7,890 dwelling units in the township. 88% are singles and semis, and that's not completely unexpected given the agricultural areas. A lot of the dwelling units on farms are singles. But what is interesting is the 57% of all dwelling units in Wilmot Township have only 1 or 2 occupants in them, and 17%, almost 1 in 5, only have a single occupant. Next slide, please. And when you take a look at the current residents of Wilmot Township, there'll be basically 11,525 will have aged to over 70 years old between 2021 and 2051. You only have 3,200 now. It's important to note, this is not a forecast of how many there'll be in 2051. This is the number of your residents that will age over that. Some will die, some will move, but they will age to over 70 years old. And in fact, 41% or 8,730 will have aged to over 80 years of age. During that time, you only have 1,000 today. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits to really focusing on seniors housing? They offer opportunities for the residents to age within their existing communities as long as possible. They're the perfect market for intensification opportunities. Every household of seniors of 1 or 2 living in a single, if they choose to move to seniors housing, free up the single for a young family with 3 to 6. And what that means is we don't necessarily need to expand boundaries to create space for new families. Next slide. I think it's the last slide. In conclusion, the challenges we're facing are significant and change needs to start occurring now. We need to plan in ways that help mitigate climate change. We need to address the needs of our aging population. We need to stop expanding urban boundaries based on more of the same. We know that doesn't work. But there may also be situations where limited strategic expansions make sense, and we must be open to at least considering those. And again, I would stress, there is no hurry. Let's slow down and get it right. I know there's a deadline coming up, but in fact, back in 2009, the region of Waterloo was the only upper and single tier municipality in the Greater Golden Horseshoe to meet the deadline of June 16, 2009. Absolutely none of the others suffered any blowback because of it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Kevin. I see no questions. So our next delegation is Mr. Mark Reeser. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. My apologies to you for hearing this same presentation again that you've heard before, but I'm going to do it for the benefit of those who haven't heard it before. So good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Reeser. I farm in Wilmot Township near New Dundee, and I'm presenting today in my capacity as Vice President of the Waterloo Federation of Agriculture, and incidentally, I am also Vice President of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, representing about 38,000 farmers here in Ontario. So I'm here tonight to bring a kind of a high level perspective, agricultural and rural perspective to discussion about options for our preferred growth scenario. And also to encourage you, both elected and staff, to continue to plan well, protect what is good, and set an example for the rest of Ontario. We live in a very special place here in Waterloo Region. I'm sure you know that already. It's arguably the most innovative, dynamic, and prosperous urban municipality in Ontario, if not all of Canada, and that is special. At the same time, surrounding our urban footprint is one of the most fertile, productive, and prosperous agricultural communities in Ontario. It has been identified in the most recent census as having the second highest income per acre and the second highest income per farm of any county in the province. And that's only because the greenhouse vegetable growing areas of the Chatham-Kent are included. If they weren't included, we would be number one. And again, that's special. A culture of good planning, countryside lines, the protected countryside designation, environmentally sensitive landscapes, a commitment to public transportation, an innovative official plan, and densities that surpass provincial targets all contribute to the region's success. So who's responsible for this? Other than the providence of fertile soil and generous climate. We are the people of Waterloo Region, the people of Wilmot. And it's you, our elected representatives, and yes, our staff. Our planning regime and culture is responsible for our unique position as a leader in Ontario, and our municipal comprehensive review, along with its LNA assessment and the resulting OP, must again be a template for good planning, farmland protection, and prosperity in municipalities across the province. You have already heard and seen probably a new growth scenario called Option 4. That requires no new additional farmland or greenfield, and thus, in fact, is truly sustainable. It recognizes and accommodates the need to provide a choice in housing type in the context of livable, complete communities. It conforms with the provincial government's requirements for the necessary land to facilitate growth, while at the same time, it protects our farmland and the environment. In the 4 years since the last census, the loss of farmland in Ontario has risen from 175 acres per day to more than 319 acres per day, or 116,000 acres annually. That is quite simply not sustainable, and would hate to see that continued progress in loss of farmland happen here again in Wilmot Township. If society is increasingly reliant on photosynthesis for both food and energy needs, and when I say photosynthesis, I mean that that's what farmers do. We harvest carbon by utilizing the sun and water in the soil, and we grow not only food, but also energy. About 30% of corn production is used to produce ethanol. The preservation of agricultural land and soil health is essential. We have a long history of visionary planning here in Waterloo, and I'll use this example that I've used many times. If the cities of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge had the same urban densities as American cities, such as Atlanta, Dallas, or Orlando, you name the American city, our urban footprint here in Waterloo would encompass all of North Dumfries Township, all of Wilmot, all of Wellesley, all of Woolwich, and an additional 2 townships. There would be no farmland left here in Waterloo region. We've done a good job in the past, but we need to do better. Good planning and increased urban densities and further intensification protects farmland. Decreased or static targets, as proposed in options 1, 2, and 3, jeopardize our historical success in balancing the need for housing and food production. And let me just say a word about balance. We spend a lot of time trying to determine what housing is needed. We spend very little time trying to ascertain how much farmland is needed. And I have never experienced government coming to ask agriculture, how much land do you need? Don't be seduced, intimidated, or coerced by those who say that we have no choice but to sprawl. We do have a choice. There is always a choice, and we need to choose wisely. There is no rush to reach a decision, and there is no deadline that can't be extended. Let's slow down this process, think things through, consider other options such as option number 4, and consult further with the public as to what they want Waterloo Region to look like in the future. We are essentially at a fork in the road. Do we backtrack and give in to those who think that the answer to housing needs is more sprawl? Or do we continue in our visionary planning process that protects rural lands for agriculture, for local food, groundwater recharge, and habitat for biodiversity, a process that respects people's different housing needs, promotes livable, complete communities, ensures affordability, and is truly sustainable? Philosophically, we're selling a vision that protects farmland and the landscape, addresses that need to provide housing for all, including aging baby boomers, which I see a number on my screen tonight, respects the implications of our changing climate, and provides a practical, attainable, flexible, and affordable alternative to the status quo. This vision would be the basis for a new and improved regional growth management strategy. Accept the vision, and you arrive at our goal of net zero need for bigger residential urban footprint. Only growth option 4 has the potential to fulfill the vision required to guide us responsibly and sustainably into the future. Please give this option due consideration and join us in advancing the vision. In conclusion, thank you all for what you do. Be courageous as you make tough and difficult choices. And the choices that you make tonight may be some of the most influential and important decisions that you make as a councillor. Be bold, be visionary, don't be afraid to innovate. Never stop speaking forcefully and eloquently to those with resources and those in power. And finally, remember there is only one landscape, and that people, the natural environment, and agriculture all have to share it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Our next delegation is Kevin Thompson.
Okay, can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, we can now. So go ahead.
All right.
Welcome, Kevin.
Perfect. Excellent. Welcome and thank you. My name is Kevin Thompson, and I'm a co-founder of Smart Growth Waterloo Region, and I'm here to talk about community proposed option number 4. Next slide, please. As you know, the current situation, the regional official plan is currently underway. The update to determine our vision, priorities, and the form of our community for the next 30 years. Our last ROP created our countryside line concept, protected countryside, light rail transit, core renewal, and so many other bold, innovative concepts that we now take for granted and can't even imagine our community without. This ROP update needs to be just as bold and visionary if we're to compete globally in the years ahead. Next slide, please. However, planning for the future in a rapidly changing world is not easy. Climate change is the most significant threat facing our community today, with every decision carrying an important message and having potential impact. There has been a fraction of the public engagement, public consultation, and media coverage on this regional plan update compared to previous official plans. We need far more public input and time to understand the implications of the feedback and the ideas being proposed. Next slide, please. Regional staff are proposing 3 growth options. However, all may be overly complicated and insufficient to meet future needs, particularly in light of the climate change commitments to reduce our greenhouse gases by 80% within the timeframe of this official plan. Next slide, please. Option number 1 has massive amounts of urban sprawl, huge farmland loss, likely breaches of the countryside line in numerous places, and abandons our goals of sustainability and leadership. Option number 2 still destroys almost 1,000 acres of local farmland and creates complex inequity issues between area municipalities. Option number 3 is overly complex, difficult to achieve, and places too much density at the periphery rather than the core of our communities. Next slide, please. Citizens and community groups concerned about the 3 proposed growth options are suggesting a simpler, more congruent 4th option based on current trends and rates of intensification. It has no boundary expansion and no farmland loss. It buys time to see how post-pandemic world unfolds without locking us into sprawl that may not be needed or even wanted. And it treats all area municipalities equally. Next slide, please. You can see in this table here, comparing option 1, 2, and 3 with our proposed option number 4 on the furthest right side. So the new proposed growth option number 4 has a 65% intensification target that's very congruent with regional rates of 64 to 70% intensification. It has 60 people and jobs per hectare density that is more achievable, and it has 0 acres of farmland or green space lost urban sprawl. Next slide, please. Why intensification instead of density? Density is measured over time, including retroactively over lands already built. Thus, to achieve option 3's density of 66 people and jobs per hectare, it will require all new development to actually achieve about 73 people and jobs per hectare in order to compensate for recent development, achieving only 54 people and jobs per hectare. Achieving such density increase on new DGA areas at the edges and the most distant parts of our community will not be easy or perhaps even appropriate. Next slide, please. And here's a demonstration of that. If you see in option number 3, the silhouette of a skyline here, where there's significant density being placed at the very edges of the community. These are the furthest out edges that might be the most remote or the furthest from things that least likely to have transit or that sort of thing, where our option number 4 focused on intensification places growth more evenly across the entire community. Next slide, please. So whereas achieving an intensification rate of 65%, as we're proposing in option 4, is very congruent with our current intensification rates. Thus, intensification is a far simpler and better metric for our regional official plan. Next slide, please. So the community proposed option number 4 has clear advantages over options 1, 2, and 3. It's not perfect. However, it's the simplest, most consistent, and most easily achievable. It best continues our innovation and planning leadership on the current trajectory. It demonstrates climate leadership and that we're serious about achievable solutions to meet our Paris Accord commitments. Next slide, please. It best supports the expansion of ION LRT and public transit, along with other sustainable initiatives. And it buys time and delays decisions on future boundary expansions until we see how the post-pandemic world, the missing middle, soft intensification, new accessory units, such as basement apartments or backyard granny flats or laneway houses or such work out, age in neighborhood initiatives, and even climate change unfolds over the coming years. Next slide, please. It avoids the myriad of issues with option number 2, allocating greenfield expansions to only some area municipalities, and all the efforts required to mitigate battles over land and boundary expansion that may not even be needed for years. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, we urge you to recommend and support the community proposed growth option number 4 and its principles as the preferred option. While not perfect, it's the simplest, most achievable, and most congruent option that best prepares everyone for a rapidly changing future, while protecting our thriving countryside and creating more dynamic, complete, sustainable, and affordable communities. Thank you. If I can just make a comment or two based on some of the things I've heard so far in my final minute here. I think it's not just about 0 hectares of farmland loss, but it's about creating a sustainable community. One of the challenges if we build too much and bypass or go beyond the needs of our current residents, do we become just a distant bedroom community for people who are going to be commuting vast distances that aren't going to help meet our climate change targets? Are we matching the number of jobs being created in our community to the number of residences and homes being created in our community? Should we be doing an intensification study to see what potential is for intensification and aging in neighborhood and accessory units and those sort of things in the years ahead? And I think there's a lot of things we could and should be doing. And that comes down to points and a number of the very good points that Harold Krafka has made on the need to slow down and how do we get more engagement and more consultation, more communication. I haven't even seen a newspaper article on this, whereas in other communities, it's been front page headlines for a year and a half as they try to figure out, like in Hamilton, where there's 0 boundary expansion and very bold things they're committing to, that has been processes involving thousands of their residents and huge amounts of engagement. So I really think we need to slow down and get a better vision of what we're working towards here. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. So our next speaker is Pierre Chauvin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Pierre. Go ahead. You have your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Pierre Chauvin. I'm a partner and a planner with MHBC Planning out of Kitchener. I'm here on behalf of our clients, Strema Developments, that's STREMMA, and Snyder's Road GP, with respect to the land needs assessment. Our clients own approximately 96 hectares of land immediately abutting the Baden settlement area in the township, all of which are within the countryside line and not identified as protected countryside. We've been actively engaged and cooperatively working with both regional and township staff throughout this process and have made several submissions to both the region and the township regarding the planning and contextual support for an urban expansion on our all or parts of our clients' lands. On behalf of our client, we reviewed the draft LNA report as well as Mr. Krafka's report that was presented to this evening. We also participated and observed the public engagement session held at the Region's Planning Committee on May 18th. Based on our review of all the available information to date, we are still not in support of any of the land use options presented by the region in the draft LNA. Our client does support the need for a full range and mix of housing options and densities to meet market demands and affordable housing needs. We certainly support the region's efforts to meet this objective through a municipal comprehensive review. In accordance with the province's methodology for land needs assessments, such a review should ensure that sufficient land is available to accommodate all housing market segments, avoiding housing shortages, consider market demand, accommodate all employment types, and plan for infrastructure to achieve complete communities. We support the submissions made by other delegations and representatives made by some of the members of the development community that question the methodology used and inputs into the draft LNA. We concur with these submissions that the draft region's LNA does not follow the province's methodology by not considering housing demand by unit type. As a result, we don't believe the region's LNA conforms to the provincial growth plan. We believe the region's LNA will lead to constrained housing supply and contribute to increasing housing costs and continue to make housing unaffordable for families in the missing middle. This runs contrary to provincial policy, which requires a provision of adequate market-based range and mix of housing options. As it relates to the township specifically, we, along with the township staff, agree with township staff that the intensification rate that has been assumed in some of the options is quite considerably too high, and the population allocation to the township is underestimated. Furthermore, the options do not maximize the available infrastructure that has already been built and funded. Our clients' lands, particularly the Strummer lands, these are lands immediately west of Baden, the Baden settlement area, represent a logical area for future residential expansion. Our clients' lands would satisfy not only the region's expansion evaluation criteria, but also the township's vision of growing Baden and New Hamburg together. One of the region's evaluation criteria includes optimizing the use of existing or planned infrastructure and public services facilities. As you may know, there is an ongoing environmental assessment for the Baden Trunk sanitary sewer, and this assessment contemplates the future development of our clients' lands. And as you've also heard, there is available capacity in the treatment plant. An urban expansion onto our clients' lands would not require a significant amount of or new upgraded public infrastructure, as road stubs and existing services in Baden already contemplate the future extension onto our clients' lands. In fact, including Strummer developments within the Baden urban area would help create a more cohesive urban structure by providing residential opportunities in proximity to existing public service facilities, such as the elementary and public secondary schools on Snyder's Road. In summary, certainly support the staff's concerns with the percent intensification rate and the need to utilize the existing infrastructure. In short, should there be additional lands allocated to the township through the LNA process and perhaps other options that may be considered, it is my opinion that our clients' lands represent a logical choice for future expansion of the Baden settlement area, and its development will help achieve a complete community as contemplated by the growth plan. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pierre. And seeing no questions, our next delegation is Stephanie Gertz.
Hello, everyone. I'm just in my car sitting at the side of the road. So good evening through you, Mayor, to you, Council. My name is Stephanie Gertz. I am a member of 50 by 30 Water the Region, as well as a number of other local groups here in Wilmot Township. And I'm going to be delegating tonight as part of 50 by 30. So in order to prepare for growth, we need to consider innovative ways to accommodate new residents. We need to use intensification to its fullest. It is our opportunity to build complete neighborhoods and will become a significant driver for shaping our city. I want to make sure everyone is aware of the definition of intensification I'm using. The definition I'm using is intensification is development that allows for more people to connect, work, and play within the existing urban boundary. It happens when we redevelop, expand, and or repurpose existing areas, buildings, or vacant lands. Residential intensification means intensification of a property, building, or an area that results in a net increase in residential accommodation. Meanwhile, the other word that's used is density. The definition of density is density requirements are not the same as intensification target. Density requirements is a minimum people and jobs per hectare and apply to new developments in specific areas. As stated in the staff report, and this is by quoting, as a general rule of thumb, the greater the intensification target, the less greenfield land required to accommodate growth. And similarly, the higher the density of greenfield growth, the less greenfield land required to accommodate growth. So over the past, the term intensification has been looked down on by some, and in some past projects, as stated in the report, intensification has not which has not always has seen some controversial feedback from the community. However, I feel that the tension around some of the projects regarding intensification would be greatly reduced with more in-depth prior community engagement. Conflict often arises because people feel they're being sidestepped, that their opinions are not valued, and that often if they had more information about what intensification actually truly means, that there would be a lot less controversy, and that we need to consider that as the reason for controversy regarding projects, not the intensification itself. Intensification can sound scary because 50% can sound scary, but 50% could be intensification. Intensification doesn't have to be. It could look like townhouse complexes or multifamily unit homes with in-law suites. Also, just to comment on the previous speaker, they mentioned a need for affordable housing. So wanted to have less intensification, which is really mixed messaging, since higher intensification would lead to an increase in number of smaller units, which would make it a lot more affordable. Sorry. So the staff, in the staff motion, they state they would like to maximize our sewage capacity. It recommends that the populations and intensification levels that are found in option number 1, which is an intensification rate of 30%, which requires allocation of additional 179 hectares of greenfield space. Why use such a low intensification rate? Why destroy land that does contribute to our wealth and health in the township? Staff states the concern of reduced amount of population growth, which is in options 2 and 3. In options 2 and 3, the intensification rate is set at 45%, which is higher than the recommended 30% by staff, and there's no farmland lost. Option 2 and 3 does give a lower population growth, but why was it not recommended to staff that the region keep the high 45% intensification rate and still keep the population growth of 13,700? Our staff state that to ensure that we have the growth of our population to the 13,000 people over the next 30 years, that we must develop over land. I'm wondering if consideration has been given to understanding how much population could be increased if we considered all the ways that the township could intensify. First, before proposing that we need to lose land, that somehow those things are connected. Residential intensification can occur in many different scales and many different ways. It's redevelopment of existing lots, development of vacant lots, adding additional units in existing buildings, expanding of buildings to add additional units, replacement of single detached dwellings on existing lots. The list goes on. Why do we have to develop over land in order to actually meet our intensification rate or our population numbers? In order to protect our community and our future, we need to plan our communities using all the ways we can intensify. When taking into consideration how many laneway houses we can create, in-law suites, tiny homes, secondary units, building townhouses instead of single homes, could we satisfy our need for population growth in Wilmot? By using these methods, we also increase the availability of small businesses on the ground level, which create whole communities where people can walk and bike to access their daily needs. I would also like to question this need for continuous growth why is it linked to, and how it's linked to community health. I'd be interested to hear the definition of what is considered healthy community and why it is tied to population growth. Can we still increase the health of our communities using the definition of a healthy community defined by our staff, but in different ways? Why do we have to increase our population? At a time when global hunger and famine is expanding at an exponential rate, at a time when our climate and weather, such as fires, flooding, drought, sudden freezing, heat, extensive heat, it's causing havoc on the production of food locally and around the world. Can we, in good faith and good conscience, even consider destroying any land that could be used to produce food or help in creating healthy biodiversity? I personally feel extremely anxious when I'm hearing about starving children overseas and local families that can no longer purchase healthy food. And then listen to municipalities in our region considering destroying our land so we might have a lower or differing intensification rate. Top headlines I'm reading constantly is how wheat shortage is sparking a global food crisis. How Ukraine war has stalked a global food crisis that could last years. With food prices climbing, the UN is warning of crippling global shortages. US-driven food shortages means cereal and corn will start running out in 2023. We are going to die. Food shortages worsen. Sri Lanka crisis. We're in a crisis. Farmers sound alarm over food shortages. Do we have the right to think about promoting more urban sprawl when we know the future of our food system is in such a turmoil and will not get any better? Option 4, which I've read, has been highly reviewed by people in whole communities, from experts to individual people, numerous specializations. Please don't overlook it. We do not need to pave over any more land. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. See no questions. Our next delegation is David Folletta. Welcome, David. You have your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Is my presentation available to be put up on the screen? I could share my screen if that's an option.
1 second, we're just checking to see if we have it.
Regretfully, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Follett, I'm sorry, clerk staff did not receive your presentation. My apologies for that. We could allow you to share your screen though, so that you can show your presentation.
Yeah, that would be great. I would appreciate it. And I apologize for not reconfirming that you did receive it.
Yes.
Can I get a point of procedure question? Sorry, clerks. I'm just wondering if that's in our procedural bylaw, if you can verify that.
You're correct, Councillor Hallman. Normally we would have to receive the presentation in advance. So thank you for that correction. Mr. Folletta, if it's okay with you, if you can just speak to your presentation and I'll ensure that your presentation is included as part of the minutes.
No, that's fine, and thank you for clarifying. And it's unfortunate; it's just some visuals, so you don't have to stare at me. But thank you. My name is David Folletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Bellsfields. We are a planning consulting firm, and I know that we will also have 2 other delegations this evening from Craig Ferguson, who is a land economist with Parcel, and Denise Baker, who will be speaking to you with regards to municipal law. In terms of what I plan on speaking to you about today is just a brief description of who we are, which I did, as well as why we support staff's recommendation. And then I'll pass it over to Craig Ferguson, who will discuss some of his findings as part of his sort of analysis of the LNA. And then he will pass it over to Denise Baker, which I think is the order of tonight's meeting. In terms of why we support staff's recommendation, and I think your Director of Development Services did a great job outlining generally what the findings of the LNA are and what their professional recommendations are as a municipal planning staff. In our opinion, we've reviewed staff's recommendations and we are fully supportive of them. We have reviewed them against provincial policy, and from a planning perspective, we concur. Again, the recommendation is to allocate 10,400 people to the municipality over the next 30 years and to utilize an intensification rate of 30%. Our planning analysis concludes that it represents good planning and it conforms to applicable planning regime at the regional, at the provincial, and at the local policy framework. As as your director mentioned, it makes efficient use of existing infrastructure, specifically the wastewater treatment plant. It allows Wilmot to grow at a rate that is more in line with historical trends. And that's important for the township because under the alternative options, the municipality will not be projected to grow at the rate that it's been growing over the last 30 plus years. In our opinion, it allows for balanced growth, and 30% intensification is a very aggressive target for this municipality, which, as your staff report acknowledges, is only achieving a rate of 17%. So we're doubling the amount of intensification that the municipality is currently achieving. And most importantly, it achieves a market-based range and mix of housing. That is required by provincial policy. And I know you've heard tonight that there are seniors living in housing across the region that could open up a significant amount of housing for the community. We don't know if that's the case in Wilmot. And more importantly, that's not how you allocate growth in accordance with provincial policy. There are rules, and the rules dictate how you are supposed to plan for growth over the next 30 years. And in our opinion, it also allows for a guaranteed supply of housing within the countryside line instead of relying on intensification alone. So that means that new greenfield housing can provide some of the shortages in housing in the community. So if there is a specific need, those greenfield areas will develop at higher densities that can accommodate housing for seniors and housing for other types of gaps in housing for the township of Wilmot, not for the region, for the township. And then finally, it will make Wilmot a more complete community. It will take advantage of existing public service facilities that you heard earlier this evening, like schools, parks, and community centers that are located at the edge of town. But it also makes existing commercial areas more viable. And that makes communities more complete and also allows for densities that are transit supportive in the community, not only within the built up area through intensification, through aggressive intensification targets, but also developing at higher densities in greenfield areas will put more people along higher order corridors that can accommodate transportation and transit. Finally, I'm going to end with, we've also reviewed staff's recommendation against the region's criteria, and they specifically have growth scenario evaluation criteria, and they haven't evaluated staff's recommendation. But in our opinion, we have done that analysis. In our opinion, it does meet that criteria. So for all of the reasons I've outlined for you this evening, we are fully supportive of staff recommendation. We think it provides for a balanced growth. It's a solution for the township, and it only would create a very small amount of expansion. So it's not sprawl. I don't think any more sprawl will occur in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. People think any urban boundary expansion would be considered sprawl. You have to recognize that growth and urban boundary expansions are different now. There are minimum density requirements, which your Director of Development Services outlined, are much higher. So those developments for designated greenfield areas are much higher, and they're at densities that are transit supportive and include a mix of uses which are complete communities. So again, for all of these reasons and more, we are fully supportive of staff's recommendations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point, considering I have 47 seconds to do so. Thank you.
And I see no questions. So thank you, David. And we'll go on to Craig Ferguson, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Craig. You have your 7 minutes now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Craig Ferguson. I'm here today on behalf of Cache Developments, who are the owners of lands within the countryside line in New Hamburg. I want to start by saying that I'm also in full support of staff's recommendation to modify the growth scenarios in Wilmot to fully utilize unallocated capacity in the new Hamburg wastewater treatment plant of 10,400 persons, accommodate 30% of growth through intensification, and increase the minimum density requirements within the greenfield area to better utilize lands. This staff recommendation is both fiscally responsible and consistent with the direction of the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the provincial land needs assessment methodology, which speak to planning for market-based demand for housing and making efficient use of infrastructure. The staff recommended scenarios would also seek to increase the amount of intensification in comparison to historical trends. As noted in the staff report, a recent intensification in Wilmot was 17% of the last official plan update. Therefore, 30% intensification rate recommended by staff remains an ambitious target that's still achievable. Further, increased densities recommended in the greenfield area would minimize the expansion area while still providing a market-based mix of housing, including missing middle housing. The staff recommended scenario is consistent with our own analysis, which also recommended utilizing existing capacity within the wastewater treatment plant in a 30% intensification target, while accommodating densities in the vacant greenfield area that are 50% higher than historical trends, so not sprawl, as was mentioned previously. The increased densities within the greenfield area result in an expansion that will utilize only a small fraction of the undeveloped land within the countryside line and would still protect agricultural lands in the region. It's also important to consider the financial consequences of the various growth scenarios could have on Wilmot. We agree with staff's concerns that the growth scenarios should include an in-depth analysis of the financial impacts of the preferred growth scenario to Wilmot. While intensification is an important part of the housing market, the staff report highlights that intensification also has significant financial impacts on the community. This includes the high cost of retrofitting aging infrastructure. Therefore, these impacts should be fully understood before recommending a scenario that places too much emphasis on intensification. Placing too much emphasis on intensification could also have negative financial consequences in terms of the collection of development charge revenue, as it would further constrain the supply of single attached and townhouse land in Wilmot. Wilmot is already seeing the impacts of a constrained land supply can have on municipal finances. The supply of single attached and townhouse lands in registered and draft approved plans of subdivision has been rapidly declining in recent years. This land constraint has resulted in Wilmot growing at a much slower rate than forecast in the development charges background study prepared in 2021. Over the 8 years between 2014 and 2021, the number of units built in Wilmot was 780 units less than forecast. Let me be clear, this is not a reflection of a lack of demand, but rather a lack of lots in registered and draft approved plans of subdivision, as 2 subdivisions that were under construction are now built out. This shortfall of 780 units represents over $10 million in lost development charge revenue that is not available to fund infrastructure projects and will not only benefit growth, but benefit existing residents in Wilmot. The slower growth and land supply constraints are already apparent from development charge reserve funds in the township. Development charge reserve funds have gone from a positive balance in 2016 to a deficit of $3.7 million in 2021. Insufficient development charge revenue was highlighted as a concern in the staff report tonight. If these reserve fund deficits become larger, they may need to be funded through other means, including the existing tax base or the issuance of debt by the township. By not expanding the settlement area boundary, it could also result in delays in delivering important infrastructure that will benefit Wilmot residents. The development charge background study forecasts $70 million in capital expenditures in the coming years. However, Wilmot has been collecting less than $500,000 per year in development charge revenue. This would result in larger reserve fund deficits in coming years. Many of the project and development charge program also benefit existing residents of Wilmot. For example, in the roads capital program, 50% of the capital costs go to benefit existing development, and this includes bridge improvements and new bike lanes. Further, over 40% of the capital costs in the fire program go towards renovated fire stations that will benefit existing Wilmot residents. So there are some people that suggest we wait until the next municipal comprehensive review in 5 years before we consider a boundary expansion. However, in Wilmot, the boundary was not expanded as part of the 2009 new regional official plan. And we are now seeing the impact on development charge reserve funds. Waiting another 5 years to consider a boundary expansion will only result in deeper reserve fund deficits and delay capital infrastructure improvements. In closing, the modifications to the growth scenarios recommended by staff are financially responsible as they promote a balanced approach to delivering new housing in Wilmot. By not endorsing staff's recommendation, it could have significant financial consequences on the township and place an undue burden on existing taxpayers. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, or we can hand over to Denise.
Thank you, Craig. I see no questions, so we'll carry on and we'll have Denise Baker, please. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First and foremost, thank you very much for your time on this very, very important issue. I do appreciate that it's 9 o'clock, and I'm sure everybody has considered this in great detail. I am a legal counsel at Weirfolds LLP and am counsel for Cachet Developments NH Inc. and Cachet Developments NH West Inc. And I don't want to spend a lot of time repeating what previous speakers have said, but I do come to this with a unique experience, having been involved directly with the 2009 Region of Waterloo MCR process. And so I've seen much of this before, and I would like to avoid some of the mistakes of the past going forward. You have the benefit of what I would submit to you, and I see these a lot. I do a lot of OLT hearing work, and you have the benefit of a well-researched and well-documented staff report that is before you. And we are here in full support of the recommendations contained within that staff report. And we're here on that basis because that staff report and your own staff have acknowledged, and we agree that what they are proposing, the recommendation contained therein, represents good planning and conforms to the applicable planning policy framework at the provincial, regional, and local levels. And it's very important to recognize that the planning framework for the exercise being undertaken starts with the province and the policies contained within the growth plan. And so with respect to recommendation number 1, planning for the full utilization of the unallocated capacity in the wastewater treatment plant, the 10,400 persons, conforms to the policies of the growth plan, which in fact requires you and all of us to consider the integration of land use planning and the use of existing infrastructure. Most importantly, growth is extremely important to the health of any community to allow for new forms of housing and increased employment opportunities, and in particularly in smaller communities, to ensure residents are not forced to leave the township to attain appropriate housing for themselves and their families over the various stages of their lives, and to realize on job opportunities elsewhere. And I can advise in the 2009, the hearing didn't happen in 2009, but with respect to the 2009 Region of Waterloo official plan, the notion of seniors moving out of their houses to make room for families was one of the arguments that was put forward very clearly by the Region of Waterloo, and the tribunal simply did not accept that argument. And I would caution very strongly going back down that road again. I also note that with respect to options 2 and 3, having retentification rates of 45% within Wilmot, as is proposed in those options, will affect existing residents by requiring more compact, intense development within the existing built-up areas. And I'm seeing that on a day-to-day basis in those municipalities that have already imposed a no urban boundary expansion, such as the city of Hamilton, where every development application coming forward is for high intensification rates on the basis of there being no urban boundary expansion. And it's causing a significant amount of concern with the existing residents due to the necessary changes to the community character that facilitate such intensification. It can't happen at the expense of existing residents. I suggest to you a more moderate intensification rate of 30% is more appropriate as recognized by your own Director of Development Services. And a 30% intensification rate where you're currently experiencing a 17% intensification rate achieves that goal of intensification while at the same time not unnecessarily upending existing community character and incurring significant infrastructure costs on the backs of those existing residents that you have. The recommendation put forward, as you had heard from Mr. Ferguson, is more fiscally responsible. And it ensures that your existing residents are not unfairly burdened financially. And that is very important for those residents who currently live within the township. I also note more on the side of what I do every day, when it's all the experts that are here before you recommending it, the planning consultants, your own staff, the fact that the experts are recommending it will be recognized by the province. And having the decision here made by the minister or having the matter referred to by the OLT as permitted now under the new changes under the Planning Act will take the process out of the hands of the township. And I would encourage you to maintain control of your own process. And so with that, I would ask council, I strenuously ask council to support the recommendation of staff to ensure Wilmot gets its fair share of growth through this regional MCR process, and that other municipalities within the region are not advantaged at the expense of Wilmot and its existing residents. And thank you very much for your time. And I'm available together with David and Craig, should you have any questions with respect to these submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And I see no questions. So thanks again. That is the last of our delegations. And I understand Councillor Hallman has an alternative motion to be considered instead of staff's recommendation. So staff, please put up Councillor Hallman's alternative motion. And Councillor Hallman, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you for calling on me, Mayor. To my colleagues around the horseshoe, this is something that I have taken quite seriously over the weekend and several days leading into this, connecting with community members, doing intensive research with my colleagues around the region of Waterloo and further and beyond. I notably comment that this is something we should heavily reflect on. I'm proud of these words put forward, and I hope that you'll consider, I'll consider getting, I would like to move this and hoping that one of my peers will second it. I was quickly making a comment that I'd like to add to this. An average of 8,392 lots available every year for the past 15 years. There are thousands of lots availables that developers haven't been building yet, sitting on inventory. So I just want you to reflect on that.
Okay. So Councillor Hallman has moved her motion. And this is this the full motion or is it just a portion?
The clerk here, this is not the full motion. It looks like we're just scrolling through the slides right now.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just wanted to further comment that you'll notice that there's several comments that are included from the original staff recommendation. So I want to ensure that I highlighted that as well.
Thank you. So have all of council had an opportunity to read through the motion? Councillor Gerber?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Just I don't know, point of procedure question, I suppose. How is this not a notice of motion? How are we expected to look at a 4-page slideshow, which I'm not sure which was the slideshow and which was the motion, and determine our vote in the next, like, I don't know, it seems like, the mayor knew there was a motion. I think the CAO knew there was a motion. The motion wasn't shared prior to the meeting. To me, I'm just not sure procedurally how we're considering this sort of on the fly as we go and not following our regular procedures to introduce it as a notice of motion to be considered at the next meeting when we've all had a chance to sort of look at it and consider it. Just curious what we're in the middle of doing right now.
Councillor Hallman, did you want to respond?
Through the mayor, Councillor Gerber, I did have a brief meeting with procedurally to make sure that the communication and the words were within our procedure, and thought that it could be articulated as amendments, but thought that with this being shared on screen versus just asking for the amendments on the floor, that this would give council more time versus making it asking for an amendment that once the clerks reviewed it, they thought that perhaps this was the best way of clearly communicating this versus asking for amendments to the original recommendation.
Ms. Chalmers, do you wish to jump in here?
Yes, Councillor Hallman did provide us with this motion this afternoon, and in viewing it, we determined that it was, significantly different from the staff report, and so that it would not really qualify as an amending motion, that it was an alternative motion. And so in reviewing that with the clerks, we determined that the proper process would be to bring it forward in advance of the motion within the staff report. If there is a seconder and this is debated on the floor and approved, then the recommendation within the staff report would not be brought forward. However, if this motion fails, then council would be open to consider the motion or recommendation within the staff report. So that is what we reviewed procedurally this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I am not prepared to vote on this at all tonight. To me, I need time to absorb it. And sorry, I'm not going to.
Thank you. Councillor Gerber.
Yeah, I think the idea that it is an entirely different motion, I think, is exactly the point I was trying to make, that this isn't an amendment to something that we're looking at. This isn't what's on the agenda. This isn't what we've been considering or researching. To me, it's a totally different motion. We have a process for that. You introduce a notice of motion. We see it in print. It's considered at a future meeting. Everyone has a chance the public has a chance to engage with the motion, to provide their feedback and input to us in the meantime. Tonight, I'm not sure why we'd be prepared to have none of that happen with this entirely new motion. So I don't think it's appropriate to vote on it tonight either.
Thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So procedurally, Mr. Fletch or Ms. Chambers, would that be then something, because we have one more meeting, the June 6th meeting, that this could be brought back for recommendation, and we defer the recommendation on the staff report until we can take a look at this motion and make a decision based on the notice of motion that comes forward tonight for us to look at. And then if it doesn't pass through conversation, dialogue, debate with council, then we look at the staff report that was presented. Would that be something going forward? However, I would love to have some dialogue about some of the comments that were made earlier. So I just wanted to know procedurally next steps.
Who would like to take that?
Through you, Mayor, if that is council's desire to defer the alternative motion, then staff's recommendation, I guess I would ask some procedural advice from the clerks as to what would happen with the staff recommendation this evening. Would that be a deferral as well?
Yes, if I can chime in. I'm sorry, my box keeps moving around, my mute button here. So this motion does speak to the item before council. So it is valid. It is long. I think one of our issues is the technical. We can't just hand out a piece of paper and write it on the fly. But however, if you could pass a motion to defer this to the next, but in that case, then you would still not be voting on the staff motion. Is that clear?
I think it is, yeah. I mean, substantially, both motions are basically the same. We're not happy with the region's process, so we can, I think, either way, I mean, we can either do a long-winded, we don't like your story, or a shorter version, we don't like your story. And it's up to council to decide which way you want to go. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to point out one thing that's really important to note. The region comments are supposed to be due by June 15th. So this is why I put this effort and late nights into this. I'm going to read a portion of this just for the auditory learners and those who maybe not, just for auditory learners. I'm going to cause specific notes too, so I'm just alt-tabbing over to my other screen because I think this is really important to bring this out. That this is the fourth paragraph, that Wilmot Township recommends that the regional official plan process be delayed as required to provide municipalities and citizens more time for fulsome engagement on investigation and education about growth options for the community. I'm noting this because I feel like it's really important to clarify, as when we are hearing from OFA, we're hearing from 50 by 30, we have declared an environmental emergency in Wilmot Township. I feel that that paragraph more fulsomely explains our position in Wilmot, that we need time. I'm going to further read the next paragraph. That Wilmot Township received the regional consultant's report on the sustainability and climate impact of each growth option. This is a report that's already happening. And so we're being asked to make a decision before we fulsome have received this report. So what I'm asking for is that we delay this until specifying this is really important, because it'll give us more data. It'll give the community more data. It'll give everyone with interest more data. So this is what I'm asking for in this. So including any proposed growth options prior to responding with Wilmot's preferred option. Again, I'm just asking for more time. I'm going to read the next one too. That Wilmot Township would like to undertake intensification, visioning, and sustainability studies as required to determine the opportunities and ultimate locations available to accommodate future population growth prior to committing to specific populations, allocations, and intensification and density targets. Again, what I'm trying to say here is that this allows more conversation for all the stakeholders. We're planning for our future. As everyone has mentioned this evening, is that we haven't had time. This is a massive responsibility that we're taking on. Let's look at all of these things. We are known as being one of the most creative places in all of Canada. Let's take these visionary approaches and let's apply it. The next paragraph, that Wilmot Township requests that scenarios for growth to 2051 for Wilmot Township utilize higher intensification rates consistent with current trends. And the result of the aforementioned intensification studies, recognizing that this target may be significantly greater than the historical rate of intensification for Wilmot Township and the intensification rate for being proposed for other rural townships. I was thrilled to see this in our report. I stand with the planning department's commitment for intensification. We need this. This is the future for our community. This is how we're going to continue to protect farmland to feed our community. We have the most valuable land and soil in southwestern Ontario and arguably Canada. This just solidifies that intensification is our job to educate the public. Intensification is the way of the future, and we have to look at that. So that's kind of what I'm encompassing in this paragraph. That Wilmot Township seeks to create complete sustainable communities where new residential population growth is balanced by accompanying new employment growth. That Wilmot Township requests all scenarios for growth to 2051 for Wilmot Township to ensure the unallocated capacity of the New Hamburg wastewater treatment plant is sufficient to accommodate all forecast residential and employment growth, including opportunities for wide range of potential form of employment growth until 2051. That's exactly from Harold's report. That the Township of Wilmot generally support options for growth that provide for no community area expansions and no farmland loss based on increased intensification targets. Not trigger a requirement for identification and removal of excess lands from current urban designations. Support an increased focus on the missing middle and accessory units through implementation of inclusionary zoning. References to Mr. Eby's comments. Meet the needs of aging community. Again, referencing Mr. Eby's really important comments. Provide for complete, sustainable, and walkable communities supported by active transportation and public transit. This is something that this planning department, that 50 by 30, this comment encompasses something that we've heard many times by staff and by community members who are highly engaged in this process. Be consistent with achievement of climate change, commitments, and increased minimum density requirements for development in greenfield areas of the township. Again, encompassing those comments. I stand behind this motion. I believe that this encompasses what everyone is asking for collaboratively, and I ask for the council's support this evening. I hope that helps clarify.
So you've moved it, and I'll ask for a seconder for it, please. Councillor Gordick. Councillor Gerber, further comments?
Yeah, unfortunately, just having paragraphs read doesn't necessarily clarify things. I think a key thing that, I think we all agree that the process is flawed. We all agree that the process needs more time. We all agree that we want Wilmot's voice and perspective to be considered perhaps more than it is being considered to this point. However, we also heard some important considerations tonight on the fiscal implications of the different growth scenarios. The information about the status of our DC studies budget. I know Director Okrafka spoke to the fiscal implications of the different scenarios and the different proposals that are out there. I would love our staff to have a chance to look at all the aspects of the motion that is being read to us tonight, to make sure that those considerations have been considered, that they can sort of have a chance to realize all the implications of it. Not just the parts where we're saying, hey, this part of our staff report is in there and we want people to wait. Those are both things we would agree on. But having not even seen the motion still, I don't believe, I think it would be irresponsible for council to vote on it tonight. I'm still not sure why at some point, 3 o'clock this afternoon even, sharing information with council and staff would have been possible perhaps, but either way, not having seen or understanding the implications of everything that's in those 4 slides, I'm certainly not comfortable voting for that motion tonight. I am comfortable recommending the report that we have in front of us, the recommendations that we have in front of us from staff. I know we haven't been asked to consider that yet, but procedurally, I think we can. And I think that would be a great starting point to send the region one message as we consider at our next meeting, after we've had a chance to circulate and absorb the suggestions that Councillor Hallman's making tonight, to send the region a further message.
Thank you. Mr. Krafka, you wanted to respond to Mr. Gerber's comment?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I was simply going to mention that a couple of the components that I heard read, again, I haven't been blessed with the opportunity to have received a copy of the resolution in advance, but there was a reference to the regional studies that have yet to be released. They're only based on the 3 options that they've presented. So there is no analysis that's been completed, for example, of option 4 or the so-called option 4. And certainly option 4 that's been presented tonight that you've heard, we have not seen, nor to my understanding of regional staff, seen any local allocation numbers within that concept. So it's based on the high level regional targets, but it's not been broken out municipality by municipality. So there's no way for us even to provide an analysis of what the impact on Wilmot would be. So certainly components about let's slow this process down are important. But I did want to raise that things like doing an intensification study locally, depending on what percentage the region allocates to us, is something that would occur after that's done. At the timeline of releasing a preferred concept on June 15th. Again, the deadline for comments for municipalities is June 7th, not June 15th. That's the date they're releasing their preferred concept. We would, we're talking 6 months to a year to do a intensification study to implement what the region assigns to us for intensification. It's certainly something that we're looking at doing, in particular the Baden Urban Growth Center, which is the focus in our official plan, as you're aware, for future high density or higher density intensification. Certainly we dealt with an application just the other week on the removal of some silos to facilitate intensification efforts in that district. But I did want to just make those points clear, not passing judgment on what I haven't read, but that some of those components are quite time consuming and not something that, the region is not going to release that full climate change allocation on anything other than their 3 scenarios.
Thank you. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. The motion presented has been moved and seconded. And with all due respect, I defer to our clerk and CAO in assuring us that procedurally we are proceeding correctly. I didn't see this. I saw it the same as everybody else on the screen tonight. And but my understanding of procedure, I would support also what the CAO and clerk have advised us. This is a motion that's directly coming out of the report that we've received tonight and the delegation's comments that we've heard tonight and presentations. I do have a bunch of questions about the report that we've received and things that I would like to have answered in order to decide how to proceed. And perhaps there would, based out of that, we may actually have amendments to whatever motion might be on the floor. The one we have on the floor currently, we may need to amend based on discussion that ensues, as is normal. So, sorry, taking up a lot of time. The most salient point tonight, I think, that I've heard from every single person is that this is too rushed. We don't have enough time. We haven't had enough time to consider all the factors that are important here. This is an extremely important decision for us. And while we do not get to make it in and of ourselves and for ourselves in our community, because we are a 2-tier municipality, we have to be able to ensure that we are representing the interests of our community within the whole. And so both wherever we go tonight, the feedback that I want to see us give to the region is that we need more time. This is not appropriate. This is not acceptable. in terms of how we plan for our community or how we represent our community's needs. If it would be possible, I have some questions for regional staff, and I see on the attendee list that Mr. Regier is there. Would you be so kind to answer some questions?
Welcome, Rod.
Hello, thank you for having me, and I'd be delighted to answer questions if I'm able.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Fenny.
Thank you. I'm really, one of the things that really jumps out at me is the disparity of intensification allocation between the various townships. And I'm wondering if you can speak to how that came about and explain that for me.
Yeah, so we are looking at, we were engaged in discussions with all of the townships regarding intensification levels, and certainly the input that we've received so far has been interesting and is resulting in some rethinking of the analysis. My understanding is that the consultants that our consulting team had an assessment that Wilmot's capacity for intensification was somewhat higher than the remaining of the other townships, and partially because of the circumstances of their development history. And so a lot of the existing for example, a lot of the existing capacity in Wellesley has been already allocated, and so there's relatively little intensification opportunity there. There is some, but it's not that significant. And a similar assessment has been made of air, for example. We're in discussions with Woolwich about what the appropriate levels of intensification would be in that township at the moment.
I think it's probably a conversation or a discussion that could take up another couple hours. So maybe we'll leave it that particular point, and that sort of reinforces my perspective, which is that we really do need more time to be able to appropriately digest this. I mean, when I look at the population growth allocation impacting the percentage of residents that live in Wilmot Township as compared to the rest of the region, that significantly impacts our community in subtle ways, perhaps, but in the long term, that is extremely significant in my belief. And I don't want to belabor the point, but this is something we need a lot more time to talk about and to understand more fully, and for our residents to understand. I think one point that a lot of residents probably don't understand fully is the concept of the countryside line versus the urban boundary. And I'm going to ask if staff are able to share the map that's part of the agenda package that shows Wilmot Township's urban boundary line versus the countryside line. Is that something that staff can do?
I'm sorry, unfortunately, we were not prepared to do that.
Okay. Well,
would you like me to try to verbally describe it?
Sure, that would be great. I was going to try, but you're probably way better at it.
Yeah, I apologize for that. due to my configuration, I cannot log into my township account to drop that file, which is large, to Mr. Jeffries so that he could share it. So I apologize for that. I should have had that in his hands earlier. Basically, it's the lands bounded by the 7 and 8 to the south, Waterloo Street and Snyder's Road to the north, for all practical purposes, between Baden and New Hamburg. It also includes the lands along Christner Road, between what we refer to as the New Hamburg Heights subdivision, I think it's called. It's Theodore Schuler Boulevard and Christner Road. And then it includes some lands to the north of the Activa subdivision, the Murray Gingrich Farm, if you will, heading and linking towards Foxborough Green. Is essentially the lands that are inside the countryside line. Council will recall that those lands came from a consolidation exercise that occurred as part of a rationalization in the 2017 OP update that was finally approved in 2019. So it's the lands that were decided through the process of the regional official plan and then the township rationalization as being, if we need lands in the longer term for growth in Wilmot, that those would be the lands from which it would come. And to a large extent, it would be based on a servicing hierarchy of the utilization of existing infrastructure. What it did was give greater protections to everything outside the countryside line in Wilmot. So certainly everything east of Baden to the Trussell Road Wilmot line is protected countryside in Wilmot Township, which is an enhanced level of protection. And certainly north and south of the countryside line are also protected. So it didn't mean that they instantly aren't used for agriculture. And certainly if you drive in that area, they're used for agriculture right now. But what it did do is identify a long-term strategy. And each community in the region did the same strategy of identifying where the countryside line should be. It's not the expansion of the cities into Wilmot. It's simply, if there's growth in Wilmot beyond our current designated areas, that's where those lands would go. So I don't know if that helps frame the discussion, but it was a public exercise to identify those lands and to fine tune those lands. And that happened between 2017 and 2019, and regional approval occurred in 2019 of that plan.
So visual would be a lot better, but I think, the designated green areas, I believe DGA, is something that's been talked about a lot in all the reports. And currently that space would be considered already allocated, otherwise described as the designated green field area. Would that be correct? Either Mr. Regier or Mr. Krafka.
I can confirm through the mayor that, so that is the lands inside the countryside line. The designated greenfield area then is a subset of that. And the designated greenfield area is essentially the southern portion of what I would refer to as Murray Gingrich's farm, which is the first farm west of Baden on the north side of Snyder's. It's the Activa lands to the north of the existing Activa subdivision in Baden. It's the Schmidt Estate lands in the oxbow of the Baden Creek, where the former co-op used to be, and the Beck residence. And then in New Hamburg, the only piece of designated greenfield is Wilmot Woods, which is formerly New Hamburg Properties. It's pretty much the first sections of land south of the Ivan Drain abutting the Loshinger neighborhood. So there's 4 large residential parcels that would form the DGA in Wilmot. And
I just came up with an idea, and maybe I can send the map, because as we're talking about this, I think I know it because of looking at the map, but I think probably most people listening and perhaps a few people around our virtual horseshoe are kind of going, huh? So with permission, I will share this to Mr. Jeffries. And
I'm just going to interject, sorry, through the mayor. I did send it to him on page 100.
The issue is, excuse me, I cannot open my email during council.
Oh.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, that's a whole different problem then. never mind.
Perhaps Councillor Fenny, could you share your screen?
I could do that if that is the if that's okay. I don't currently have that option. Oh, I do have that option. Thank you, Carl. Now I see it. Okay. All right. Can everybody see that? Now I can't see people, so bear with me, and perhaps Mayor Armstrong, you can let me know if anybody's trying to say something or point something out. So this is when we're looking at this bright green area, that would be not currently designated. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's inside the countryside line, but not DGA. The DGA is the yellow portions, essentially where you don't see a street pattern.
Right. Okay, and I think that's something that's really important for people to understand. Again, this goes to, you know, the community, I don't think broadly understands that breakdown, and underscores why we need to have this conversation further. When we're talking about countryside line versus urban boundaries and DGAs, you know, those of us who talk about and interact with these sorts of things consistently, some of us still have to, you know, process a bit before we get to fully understanding. I will stop sharing my screen now, which I am, oh boy, it's been a while since I did this. And I need to, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries, you're amazing. So this again supports why I think that the motion that Councillor Hallman has presented us with tonight is a good one to bring forward. Nothing in that motion locks us into anything. We're giving feedback to the region to further the discussion. And the region's deadline is, as we've heard tonight, June 7th. Our next council meeting, according to the schedule, is June 13th. So we need to give them a little bit more than just, whoa, we don't like anything, I think, as feedback, then, you know, in order to actually have a voice and in order to actually further the conversation. You know, we need to talk about what's important to us and why we want more time, why we want more engagement, why we want to engage our residents more. And I honestly, it is a lot to digest. It's a very long motion, but I support it. And thank you, Mr. Aguirre, for your indulgence with my questions. And I look forward to having lots more conversations about it. I'm going to ask your indulgence for just a couple more minutes. Council, my colleagues, and those of you watching. Nobody will be surprised when I say that I am absolutely dedicated to preserving farmland. Nobody will be surprised when I talk about the fact that we have to preserve it for the future. It's important for climate change. It's important for our ability to feed ourselves. Food sovereignty, food security, those are concepts that we mostly don't have to deal with. The average Canadian doesn't have to face a big conversation about every day. But there are those in our community who already face that. As we lose more and more farmland, more of us will face that problem. 2 years ago, when the pandemic was declared, we faced some sporadic shortages of food, and people panicked because it's not something that we in this country are used to dealing with. Back when 9/11 happened and the borders were closed, that underscored a real vulnerability in the way we feed ourselves in this country. We're reliant on food coming from other places. That's a problem that'll be exacerbated as we lose more and more farmland. Canada's total land mass contains about, out of all of it, we have less than 0.5% that is Class 1 farmland. More than 50% of that 0.5% is in Southern Ontario. This region, right outside my window, right outside most of your windows, is the best farmland in the country. And we have to have a plan that doesn't pave it over, that doesn't squander it, that protects it. And that's why I support intensification. And I support intensification everywhere. And that's why we need to take more time to digest what we're talking about. And we need to take more time to figure out how to do it effectively for the future. Look at the plans and subdivisions and things that are being built right now, and they're based on outdated information. 30 years ago, we didn't know what we know now. We didn't have the data we have now. We couldn't conceive of the way that people wanted to live in 2022. We need to take a lot of time to figure out how we missed things back then, so we don't miss more things for the next 30 years. Because I don't want my kids and their kids to be facing bigger problems. I want to make sure that our plan actually plans for the future, actually takes into account what we're going to need, how we're going to feed ourselves, and all of the other things that have already been talked about tonight. And that's why I'm supporting this motion and begging the region to please slow down the process, give us the time we need, give our residents the time they need to digest it, to give us feedback, to have a fulsome conversation about the plan for the future. And I thank you all for indulging me for that very long time. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we're all unanimous about the timing of this whole thing. We need more time to digest everything, and I'm not sure when this whole process started in the region, but it just seems weird that this last month there's just been a push, let's get it done kind of thing. So getting back to Councillor Hallman's motion, I feel it's deja vu for me. Back to our statute days, we had a small motion, and then Councillor Hallman revised it. We ended up a 2-page motion. I voted in favor of that, and I do regret voting it. I don't think I should have. I think it should have been held off for another meeting. And I do regret not reading it, not digesting it. And that's exactly what's happening this time to me. Is it's my job to read something, to understand it, to get public input from it, engagement from the community. There's none of that with this. It's like, here, do a quick read over and let's vote on it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. And if we're going to be voting on your motion, Councillor Hallman, I'm going to vote no, just because of that. I'm sure you have lots of good content, lots of meaningful stuff, but I'm not going to do it. So anyway, getting back to comments about, I was wondering if, Harold, if you could maybe give us some idea on the three options, the financial implications it would be for the township. Is that something you could do? Or?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong and Councillor Fisher. Not exactly, but I can tell you that option 2 and 3 both have a lower annual average unit build than what our current DC bylaw forecasts. So certainly option 1, we don't see as being reasonable from that perspective. From a financial perspective, it would be a burden to the region because it would require an expansion of the New Hamburg sewage treatment plant. But financial impact on the township of option 1 is probably not as great. But we respect our partnership with the region in trying to build better and be efficient with our use of resources in the region. Again, options 2 and 3, though, propose a rate of annual growth that would be lower than our current DC forecast, if I'm not mistaken. And therefore, we would need to update our DC bylaw and revisit some of those capital projects and how they're going to be financed and what the burden ultimately, they're not financed through growth, they're financed through the tax base would be. So those calculations have not been done. We have not had the time to, for example, hire CN Watson, have the treasurer and CN Watson work through the numbers to see what the impact would be. Simply no time. This is simply a high level response suggesting that, you know, additional options and time to consider the impacts would be important, but we realize it doesn't necessarily fit to the currently stated regional timeframe, which isn't something that township staff can change.
Thank you, Mr. Krafka. Mr. Regeer, would you like to jump in and respond to that?
No, only really to say that financial analysis of the impact of the different options is being prepared at a regional level, and will be part of the assessment process. It's not been done at a community level, but and I would suggest that when considering the financial options, we also take a life cycle approach to the options. It's not just a matter of financing the short-term construction of infrastructure. It's also long-term maintenance, replacement, and so on of infrastructure, which we know is much more expensive for low-density communities than it is for higher density communities on a per unit basis.
Yeah, I'm just going over some of the projects that citizens are asking for. And I remember talking with Harold, and he said the Wilmot Rec Center would never have happened without growth in the community. And people love the rec center. It's such a good thing. But right now, we're talking a third ice pad, a new Baden Library, perhaps, a new New Hamburg Fire Hall, an aerial truck, Snyder's Road reconstruction, trunk line from Baden to... So as you can see, development charges are very important, and so is farmland. So we have to figure out some way to get a balance of growth, the proper housing for people like seniors, low income, young families, affordable housing. So I really think we need more time on this, and I really hope that you would bring that back to the region.
Mr. Regier, I'll pose a question to you. Would you, in your capacity, be willing to go back to the region and put forth a motion or the proposition to extend the process further, as council here is requesting anyway?
Yes, through you, Mayor. The dilemma for us is that we are moving forward on a prescribed timeline, which we are already somewhat late on, and the original timeline for having the MCR completed was July the 1st, and so we're already moving somewhat behind the 8 ball now. We have delayed the, we've allocated time here on the assumption that it'll be received reasonably well, and as you've heard earlier, regional municipalities across the province are differing stages in their process. So not everybody, I think one out of the regions in the province have completed their MCRs within the prescribed time so far. But so there is a dilemma for us to chew on, but I would say that we will take the entire point of this consultation process is to receive input, and the idea that and very clear statement that the council is making here about requesting additional time is something certainly we'll report back to regional council on, and certainly is something that in your capacity as a councillor on regional council, you're certainly able to speak to. I would say that the process has been we've engaged for since 2019. We have had the input from thousands of people. We've had numerous people participate in online fora. Our Engage WR site has been well attended. We've got input from numerous people online and through webinars. Of course, we did have the dilemma of the pandemic through this planning process, which meant that our in-person meetings were curtailed, unfortunately, as were all others. But it's been a conversation that many people have been part of, including people that represented to you today on various advisory committees. So I think we feel like we've had a lot of feedback, a lot of input. Now, admittedly, this is the first time that the specific results of the land needs assessment is coming to you as a council, which is admittedly late in the process. So that's a challenge for us all, frankly.
Thank you, Al. I like to point out that Ms. Baker pointed out that the fact that we understand we're on a timeline, but in the past we've been successful on following those timelines. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't think those timelines are chiseled in stone, and I think there is a certain amount of flexibility there that would allow us to maybe make that timeline a little wavier than what it is at the moment. So I give that to you to take back, and at the opportunity at the region, I will also express that. So I know that all these, I've never seen anything written in stone in probably 2,000 years. So let's work with that. The fact that we should at least be flexible when people are trying to understand, and when it comes to the way of life for people. Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, through the mayor. So I have a couple of comments and things I wanted to sort of get off my chest. So first of all, with regards to some of the developers that were speaking, I'm not sure if they're still here, but the 2009 MCR, your statistics actually came back wrong after going to the OLT. So I just wanted to highlight that from the charts that were given to us by Mr. Eby, who was their planner of the region at the time, and the single family home dwellings that you projected to be in the high levels there did not meet those data. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there so people can understand single family homes are not the way of the future. And tying us down to that kind of mentality when we're trying to hit our climate change targets, I think is irresponsible. So that's one point. Look at New York City, Toronto, Waterloo, they don't have any more land and they're continuing to do all right and still have their development charges. I don't think us not building doesn't mean we get development charges. It just might be different amounts. So my question would be is I understand that we have projects that we need to accomplish, but we're not building. And currently, as Councillor Hallman already said, there's on average 8,300 homes per year that aren't being built. And in Wilmot Township, it's approximately 500. So it's not that there's not a space for them. It's just the desire is on both sides, the developers as well as ours, that they're not building them as well. It isn't just all about the red tape. So we have the capacity to do that and do it properly and take into account. I'd like us to see better building targets, which speaks to Councillor Fenning's motion on the floor tonight, is I'd like us to work with our developers to do better. Like, what can we do to make the intensification beautiful for people who want to move out to Wilmot? I don't envision us doing 20-story apartment buildings, but what can we do to make it so it's attractive for people to move out here? Can we build, something like that's like I suggested a couple of meetings back when we were talking about stuff like Williamsburg, where they've put like little community centers within that. And why do we have to have the metrics of parks being so far away? Why can't we build little communities so that the whole walking and active transportation is built within each of the little communities as we go forward? So I'd like us to sort of take that into account as to some of those things that we should be doing with our intensification rates. Cute little townhouses where they, back to back, or like the quads. I mean, most people have been to Kitchener-Waterloo and the Ford dealership at the roundabout at Homer Watson. Those quads have been there for a long time and they're attractively built. You have some people that have a front door and you have some people that have a back entrance. Some have little lots, some have a big balcony. There's lots of great initiatives. Areas over towards Williamsburg where they have little stores underneath that people can rent out, or even have a home business downstairs and then live upstairs. We aren't talking about those kind of things when we're talking about our building. And can we do things with our current plans that are come to the table, like the Baden development? Can we ask them to go back to the drawing table? Like, is it too late in the process for them to do better? And if not, then we, as I said, Councillor Fanning's motion on the floor is we need to be doing better to help with our intensification targets. So I had that little sort of speech there. I don't necessarily have a lot of questions, but I do have a question with regards to what Councillor Fisher said, is that I'm not comfortable voting for Mr. Okrafka's motion. Mr. Okrafka did a great job. I think that some of the points that I would like to highlight kind of take out of some of option 4 and have us do better with our density and intensification targets, where we don't. I want us to work with our wastewater so we're not wasting the infrastructure that was built for us. I agree wholeheartedly with that conversation. But I think we could still do better because intensification and density targets are based on averages. Our current one is below. what they're asking for. So if we ask for 50%, it doesn't mean we're going to get 50%. We're going to get what we have here and what we have over there and combine them, and we're going to end up with a better intensification target. So I'm not comfortable voting on Mr. O'Crafter's staff report either. And I appreciate that the rest of council has not seen Councillor Hallman's motion. I quickly read it over when she emailed it to sort of see some ideas of what it meant. And I think it's just building on some of the things we're asking for better reporting, asking for the sustainability study so we know what those other options provide us so we can make informed decisions. I think we as a council aren't getting informed information for us to do a better job for our residents. And if anything, I just heard that Kitchener is deferred till June the 8th for their decision. I would like us to maybe defer. I know our council meeting isn't until the June the 13th. It doesn't give an awful lot of time for the region to input, but maybe perhaps I put it to the rest of the horseshoe. We maybe have a special meeting just to sort of hash this one out, figure it all out. And this is the only thing that's on the agenda because it's important. It's 30 years that the province is locking us in. They're making us do things that we shouldn't do. COVID, climate change, people working from home now, like we want to do better. And I don't think that this is giving us enough time to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, just a couple of questions. First of all, to Mr. Regier, seeing that this is a regional decision and ultimately the region will pick the scenarios, can you provide just a quick overview of what are some of the other public meeting and public input opportunities? I know obviously we had a lot of people attending our meeting this evening. For people that wish to have further input and interaction with regional council who will ultimately make the decision, do you have a couple sort of key dates as far as when regional council will be considering reports and making decisions and when members of the public might delegate and be part of that process?
Yes, of course. So the recommendation to council will be delivered in a report on June the 15th, or considered in a report on June the 15th, and that report will be circulated to council in advance. So we're into the very tight timelines here to receive further input. The decision by council then triggers a review period and then a statutory public meeting, which will be in mid-July. And I think the date on that is the 18th of July, but please don't hold me to that. I can circulate notice on that one, but and that will be a statutory public meeting where we'll receive input on the entire package that is brought forward to council on the 15th of June. And then final, as was indicated by Mr. O'Crafter, the final recommendation or the decision by council on the amendments for this particular set of amendments for the regional official plan will be considered by council in August. And I believe the date there is also August the 18th. I would say that there is, this amendment is not limited to the land needs assessment. The land needs assessment is one component of an amendment which will deal with a whole number of things, including the policies related to employment lands, policies related to housing, and a number of fine-tuning housekeeping matters. The policy recommendations that are in discussion and we're receiving input from the community on right now are ambitious, and they're motivated by a serious commitment to the values that the region has to supporting inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development, which of course we've had a very significant community conversation on over the last number of years. So I would encourage people to take a look at our Engage page, which has all of the information that has been created for this particular process. You can get it at engagewr.ca, and we can circulate the notice to you through either through your Director of Development Services or through the clerk as well.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And to Mr. O'Crafka, the idea, the stats, and I'm not sure if they're provincial stats, regional stats, township stats. Councillor Hallman referred to the 8,500 lots that are just sort of sitting there empty. What's sort of the status of things in Wilmot these days as far as empty lots ready to go that developers are just sitting on versus developers looking for land and trying to develop and sell homes to people who are looking to live here?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Councillor Gerber. That would be, I'm assuming it's a regional stat. It's certainly not Township of Wilmot stat. So regionally, and from a regional perspective, there's lots of lots available regionally. There's not any crisis. In Wilmot, there are 0 lots of record or draft approved currently. So we have only intensification supply. We have no vacant subdivision lots currently available. So we're up against it. We have been for some time. It shows in the building stats. And the reason is this, we built a lot of houses in the early 2000s. We were a growing community that funded a lot of the infrastructure that we enjoy. But at the time of the regional plan in 2009, we had pretty much built out all of our lands, and we're dependent on that regional plan in providing us with additional designation. As you've heard from other delegations, but certainly Mr. Eby was involved. Mr. Eby and I met a lot on that and worked on that plan together. Is there was no allocation to Wilmot out of that 2009 official plan. What there was a policy, and he's referred to it in previous delegations, that we worked on to develop that said Wilmot, upon the approval of the regional plan, would have the opportunity to rationalize its boundaries and consolidate existing designations in our small rural settlements that was underutilized and compile that in Baden and New Hamburg on full services. So that's what that 2017 to 2019 exercise was. You know, we took 50 acres from St. Agatha. We took 90 acres from New Dundee. We took, 20 acres from Phillipsburg. And we moved all of that. We down designated lands in rural settlement areas and we consolidated in Baden, New Hamburg. So the mapping that Councillor Fenning put up earlier showing what currently is DGA is all recycled DGA. It wasn't new lands taken out of agricultural production. It was recycling of lands that were poorly located and spread all out so that we could put it on full services and instantly get a higher rate of growth of density for the same amount of land. Had that land been developed on septic systems in its previous locations, obviously we would have had a much slower growth. So from that perspective, we've heard a lot of stats on the agricultural land being lost, and we don't want to lose any agricultural land. The reality through that exercise in 2019, when it was approved, Wilmot actually returned land to designation, a very small amount, a very technical amount, but through that exercise, the amount of land designated for agriculture in Wilmot actually increased. And so realistically, over the last 20 years, Wilmot, technically, because the lands that we consolidated were designated before that in the 80s and 90s, has not technically taken lands out of agriculture production. That doesn't mean it's okay to do more in the future. I'm simply throwing that out there that provincially the stats, it's sad to hear that much land is being lost on a daily and a yearly basis. But I would like to think that Wilmot has made a really concerted effort to minimize any lands taken out, and that rationalization exercise is proof that we've taken it seriously. We've tried to increase density wherever we can, and to maximize the value and the use of our resources. So it's probably more of an answer than you wanted, but I thought it's important to recognize that we have no lots of record in plans of subdivision. We've got applications coming in. We've got 2 currently and 2 more to come. But that's why growth is critical to Wilmot, and why we've had slower growth in the last, if you look at the stats that I provide in the report, the last 5 years have been slow. And it's brought our average growth down, and it doesn't align with, as you've heard, our development charges study, which projected a higher rate of growth.
Thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thanks for the mayor. Councillor Gordick had mentioned possibly following suit with Wellesley, which was last week, and Kitchener, which was earlier today, and I was following them closely as well, that we perhaps call a special council meeting to continue this conversation. Just curious what others' thoughts are on that.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I think Mr. Regier was maybe dancing around the issue a bit, but given timelines for submitting reports to council and working backwards, based on what I know of our own staff's processes, I imagine that us deferring or delaying any giving feedback tonight makes it either very difficult or completely impossible for our feedback to be reflected in his staff report. So if we don't give feedback tonight, and if we call another meeting, which is going to be difficult to schedule on short notice, given how busy everyone's schedules are, I'm concerned that we run the risk of seriously curtailing our official feedback process, participation in the official feedback process here. Now, Mayor Armstrong is a regional councillor. He sits on regional council, and no doubt will carry our conversations to that table. However, if we as council want to speak, I don't believe we can defer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what I could call it the procedural bylaw, but I did close that tab on my computer. Perhaps the clerks can comment, or Ms. Chambers. I'm just wondering, like, even as quickly as Friday to give time for digesting, and is it 24 hour, 48 hour for a special meeting? I'm trying to remember.
The clerk, through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer to that is the mayor may call a special meeting and give 24 hours notice. This is in 4.14 of the procedure bylaw. That's the only timeline that's mentioned in the bylaw. The councillors, it says in the bylaw, the councillors, I'm paraphrasing here, may petition the mayor to call a meeting, but there is no timeline associated with that.
Okay, Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor. So I just wanted to point out, I'm not disagreeing with Councillor Fanning. Yes, it will be tight, but Kitchener has deferred to June the 8th. So already the region is going to be working to a timeline where Kitchener has deferred to June the 8th. Could Mr. Regier, sorry, my apologies for pronunciation. Could you speak to what the other municipalities, I believe Wellesley is opting for option 4. Has North Dumfries or Woolwich come back to you with any kind of feedback? Again, I'm looking to sort of tighten up what our staff report has. I'm not comfortable with voting for that because of the lands that potentially could be given access. It makes me suspect that the developers that spoke tonight all supported Mr. Okrafka's. So that, to me, there's a hidden agenda there. And no offense to Mr. Okrafka, but it just felt like, wow, let's go for Harold's, because that means something. And that to me means something because of this, the whole MZO process and the underhandedness I felt that I was being treated as a council person with regards to the MZO process. So for the 3 developers to come back and say that they fully support Mr. Okrafka's motion leaves me with some suspicions that I don't want to vote yay for it, to have it go to the region as our preferred option. Although I do respect and can appreciate that Mr. Gerber and Mr. Fisher and Ms. Fenning may not feel comfortable voting or having vote on Councillor Hallman's motion this quickly tonight. So I think for me, I'm in a quandary. Having the developers go rah, rah, rah makes me concerned. I'm not sure why nobody else is raising that as a concern. To me, it is a concern because that to me means that we're giving away farmland. We're giving away land that potentially, that we don't know, that why are they so excited? And I think I need time. And if June the 8th is what Kitchener's has, that still gives us 8 days. Sorry, 9 days, because we're on the 30th. Could we not possibly as a council come together within 9 days to digest this and come back with something that we can fully get behind to represent us as a council? I'm having a hard time thinking that we can't do something within 9 days if the city of Kitchener is also asking for a deferral to June the 8th.
Councillor Fenning.
I'd like to, a couple things. I would like to ask Councillor Gordyke to perhaps revisit her comments regarding our staff, because that sounded like a pretty serious
I wasn't referring to the staff, so my apologies. I meant the developers making a comment seemed to me, for me, because of how the MZO process was, and they were sort of pushing their agenda, this felt to me like a push of an agenda. So my apologies. It was not meant against our staff. It was meant towards their interpretation of the report. And that was my concern because of some of the implications with the MZO process.
As everyone knows, I did not participate in the MZO process as I declared a conflict, and so I can't comment on that. But I am very concerned about it being perceived that our staff are somehow in collusion or behaving inappropriately.
No, I did not want to infer that, and my apologies if that's how it came across. It was not. It strictly was with the developers, all three of them saying that they supported it. So to me, it is suspect as to the reasons behind it. What they see in that report that I may not be seeing leads me to be suspicious of why they're so supportive. Nothing to do with our staff and their recommendations.
Another question to Mr. Regier. Considering, as I pointed out before, the timeline, what day will your report be released? If you can provide that.
Yes, it will be provided the week prior to the council meeting. So my understanding, I'll reach out to staff for a specific date, but it will be, I'm guessing, early in the week of June the 6th.
So June 6th being the Monday, and that June 7th being the deadline for feedback, doesn't give staff much time to digest what's being provided.
Yeah, it'll be sometime that week. Like we occasionally are able to stretch our deadlines for submission, and but we do have an obligation to bring it forward in advance of the meeting. So it'll be that week. Apologize for my lights, which are going off because I'm not moving.
You're just focused on the meeting. And thank you for doing your part for the environment and having lights that sense that. So it's a good one. Yeah, I'm not comfortable. For example, Friday is absolutely out of the question for me. I don't have a choice. My agenda on Friday is not something that I have any ability to reorganize. And I don't know what other day might be proposed, but it would be very difficult given what I have on my plate this week. And again, considering that regional staff need to be able to process what we provide them and appropriately integrate it into their report, I'm concerned about delaying.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes. Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. To Mr. Regier, as of course, Mayor Armstrong sits on Regional Council, the Regional Council meeting would be June the 15th. Remarks and comments and feedback provided by Mayor Armstrong at the council table from the perspective of Wilmot would probably be as likely to be included in the next round of consideration as anything that we might come up with between now and then. Is that a close approximation?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Certainly, regional councillors all weigh in on the reports, as you have this evening, that are presented to you. So I have no doubt that the mayor, when he's acting as regional councillor, his views will be understood and received and become part of that the conversation around the decision.
And you've certainly heard some consistent themes from us tonight. If we were to ask you to summarize one or two of the main things you've heard from us tonight already, what might you summarize as our main concerns being? And I know there's a wide variety of them, but have you picked up on a consensus of two or three?
Well, first of all, I think your primary concern is with regard to the amount of time that's available for a conversation around the matter. I also, getting a message that council is concerned about the unnecessary expansion of the urban area out into farmland, and the need to take a conservative approach to that. I've also heard observations about the importance of using municipal infrastructure efficiently and taking into account the best way to do that. And so I would expect that your evaluation of the various options would include a conversation about that. And I also, I think, we've had a conversation about what is the appropriate level of intensification for a township urban area like New Hamburg and Baden. This is a really interesting conversation and very important. And I have the sense from this, I don't want to preclude the conversation, but I have the sense that there are different views on what the appropriate level of intensification might be, and what the right level of density for our greenfield areas should be. So those would all be part of a conversation that I know that your Director of Development Services would be happy to help inform.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It sounds like you're getting a good sense of things, and yes. and I think with what you're taking part in, I appreciate you being here tonight. That's really important. And with council and with Mayor Armstrong having a chance to provide further focus live at that council meeting on June 15th, that we could certainly provide some more direction to those comments, perhaps at our next meeting on June 13th, in addition to what you've already heard tonight.
Okay, thank you. And the meeting on the 15th is actually a planning and works public input meeting for on the regional plan. So it's not an official council meeting, but it's a committee meeting for the public works. And I'm assuming that's for the Public Works Committee to receive your report, Mr. Regier.
That's correct.
Councillor Hallman, you seem, sorry, Councillor Gordick, she just seems so excited about wanting to.
Sorry, I just had a quick clarification question directly on that one. Can you just confirm if they're accepting delegations at that planning meeting?
It is a public input meeting.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Regier, good nod. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's all for me.
Councillor Gordick.
So two things. I wanted to just clarify because of Councillor Fenning's comments. The reason that I sort of jumped on that particular comment about the developers is just to be clear, is that Cache is not currently included in our official plan, and they are on the ask with the MZO for 43 hectares, I believe was the number. And so that was sort of where my concern came from, is that because they're not already part of the official plan, that for them to be supportive led me to believe that within that report, that's something that I as a layperson don't understand. It was concerning for me. So I just wanted to clarify this. This is not against our staff and their report. It's just the concern that I have that for them to be excited about this, there's potential for loss of farmland, or my assumption is the way that they presented themselves, that there is. So just wanted to clarify that. And Mr. Regier, I just wanted to ask you, because two things, what Mr. Gerber said, because you don't get a sense of what we actually want for density and intensification, how can you go back? Because we aren't putting you with anything official tonight, because we can't seem to sort of get to a consensus. And if Kitchener is not coming to you till June the 8th, which is after the deadline, how are you going to incorporate Kitchener's? So I'm just trying to figure out, and because we're not giving you anything official, I'm concerned about what you do take back, because we all can't seem to agree on intensification and density targets that we can be. I want to do what's right for Wilmot, which I think we all do. It's just that since we don't seem to have a consensus on what that number is with regards to those targets, I'm concerned as to what is going to be presented from our perspective to the region with those reports.
Yes, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I thank you for the question. With regard to the first question, it does put us into a bit of a quandary, frankly. I think the question of how do we incorporate information into our report that is coming in quite late in our report cycle. We'll noodle away at that. I wouldn't want to discourage another meeting to formulate a council position, because I think that's a healthy thing to do, and it's an important thing. It's good, and frankly, it's really my challenge as to how to incorporate that information rather than your challenge, and we may be able to do that through a verbal update in the presentation to council on the day of the 15th, if not before. So I'm really thinking on my feet here, which is sometimes a bit dangerous for me to do. But I can assure you that we'll make sure that regional council is informed of the views of the township council, even if it's not in the exact in the first draft of that report, but it'll be made known to council through one way or another.
And follow up, Mayor?
Go ahead.
That's again through the mayor. I think I asked, but I wasn't quite sure. Did you have a response with regards to what the other townships have responded to, like Woolwich and I believe I've heard, although I haven't got clarification, that Wellesley is opting for option 4. Do you know what North Dumfries or Woolwich have come back with?
I'm aware of most of the staff level conversations. I haven't seen the formal and I don't think in some respect, I don't think in most cases we've got formal positions from councils at this stage. So I'm not able to give you a synopsis at this point of all of the input that we've been receiving. That will be the job of our team over the next couple of weeks to really consolidate all that information and package it up for regional council.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerber.
Thank you, through Mayor Armstrong to Director Okrafka. Just a question as well. Councillor Gordick mentioned, sort of where Cachet's land is in all this. It would seem to me, and that's why I'm asking you the question, that in the map we saw earlier that the Councillor Fenning shared, that there is a boundary in which their land is inside of, but perhaps not inside some of the different options that could come forward, but would normally be inside had things continued on the way we might have thought they would have before the MCR process. Is that, where is their land relative to option 1, option 2, option 3, DGAs, urban boundaries, all that sort of stuff?
Through Mayor Armstrong to Councillor Gerber. Well, option 1 suggests that all of our, or almost all of our countryside lands would be required for residential and employment growth. So within option 1, certainly Cachet would, as would all the landowners, which is awkward because anyways, all the landowners inside the countryside line would be eligible for growth and development. Within option 2 and 3, there's no allocation to Wilmot. So none of the landowners inside the countryside line under option 2 or 3 as proposed would see any development potential, nor under option 4 would they see any development potential. So the way the scenarios have been rolled out for Wilmot, it's pretty much an all or nothing. What staff's recommendation is not suggesting that we have the beauty pageant to pick somebody to get land. We're suggesting is the options 2 and 3 have been manipulated basically by the looks of it to be inconsistent in terms of the population drops dramatically, which doesn't occur in other municipalities between options 1, 2, and 3. Option 1 is way beyond the capacity of the plant, which from our perspective doesn't make sense because we know it's a known quantity. It's currently 10,400. The township has never sought population growth beyond its capacity, and typically we live within our means of Wilmot Township. We're not seeking I don't know the exact number, the 40,000 or 50,000 people that are being added to Woolwich Township. Basically, the final frontier of the old township of Waterloo, which existed in its entirety prior to 1973, and quite frankly, there's not much of the old township of Waterloo left. So, in terms of our regional reputation of protecting farmland and minimizing, quite frankly, we've almost gone through an entire township over the last 40 to 50 years through development and growth. Rummelhart and Waterloo, Williamsburg and Kitchener, which Councillor Gorchik referred to earlier. The wrap around the city of the old township of Waterloo is almost fully developed. So I'm not saying we've done a bad job, but we also have seen and presided over the removal of an entire township of farmland. That's not the goal of staff. I realize that the development industry supporting the recommendation of staff may suggest to some councillors that it aligns with development industry. It does not. It's simply trying to ensure that you as councillors have a decision to make for growth in Wilmot Township to 2051. You need to have the facts in front of you and understand the implications. What you decide for intensification rate, that's completely up to you. But our job as staff is to ensure you have all the facts, all the scenarios, all the options, and we feel the public deserves to be able to see those too. And that's the way the staff report has been drafted, was not to pick a scenario, to simply say, we don't have enough information and we think we should have that information before we make such an important decision. The fact that the development industry lines up, quite frankly, I heard the Green lobby tonight. I've spoken with Kevin Eby at length in recent days, and everybody's in agreement. The development industry, the Green lobby, staff, other municipalities, we need more time to digest and understand these options. And in the scenario, and I understand that regional staff have a deadline. The province has said it's supposed to be done by July 1st, 2022. It's not going to be, but they have a duty to ensure that they try to do their jobs as well. And the pandemic has obviously made things difficult. But from a staff perspective, we're simply trying to ensure that you have all the information you need to make an informed decision without predetermining certain criteria that we will do this or we won't do that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
yeah. So just a quick follow-up, but there isn't a scenario, like even the worst case scenario, depending on, even the option one, mega growth, Greenlands, et cetera, there's still not an implication in Wilmot that puts land beyond what we've already said in 2019 would eventually be becoming residential. It's not necessarily a matter of, it's more a matter of when as a matter of where, right? Like we've those boundaries are there and they're going to be filled up. It's just a matter of how quickly.
Yeah. The purpose of the countryside line, and Mr. Eby was one of the authors of it and probably created it, and it's a really good idea, is before we had the countryside line, everyone assumed that City of Waterloo would just spill over Wilmot line, Kitchener would spill over Trustler. We had ridiculous speculation occurring on farms across the township, whether it's in Mannheim, farms heading out towards St. Agatha, in the vicinity of Hurley's Market. People are paying crazy prices, driving farmland prices up, which made it really difficult for farmers to actually acquire farmlands when they became available and actually farm them. The whole purpose of the countryside line was say, we're drawing a hard edge to growth. This is what it is. It doesn't mean that we're just going to obliterate it in the next official plan. And certainly even the again, high level estimate regional staff provided on full allocation at 30% without taking into consideration how that fits the bigger plan would be 40 hectares over the next 30 years in Wilmot Township. It's not assigned anywhere, and it's certainly not a guarantee that it would be 40 hectares, but a minimal portion of the 303 hectares inside the countryside line in Wilmot Township. So the countryside line isn't being threatened. The plan that Mr. Eby and others created is actually playing out exactly how it was planned, that at such time as additional lands would be required, that it's been identified where that can occur and where it can't. It can't occur in Mannheim. It can't occur along Wilmot line next to Sunfish Lake. We won't see subdivisions built onto Sunfish Lake. Those are the kind of parameters. And the intensification thing, again, there's options. For example, great place for seniors rental accommodations would be Stonecroft, for example, Council Gorgic. You got 490 single family dwellings and not one apartment for seniors. We could add 490 apartments, but I'm not convinced that would go over well. But it's the kind of decisions that if we only go with an intensification model, that's the kind of decisions that are going to have to be made or forced in order to see this community continue to thrive and survive. And from a staff perspective, we don't want to set a parameter that could impact the ability of the community to thrive and survive. We want council to have all the options in front of it, whether it's adding 5 acres, whether it's adding no acres, whether it's adding 50 acres. It's up to council to make the decision as to what model you want. There's 5 of you and a mayor to make that decision. Staff, just simply our job is to ensure you have all the information. And these 3 concepts, you don't have all the information that you need. And as we know, there's other concepts. Option 4, presented by Kevin and Mark, have been at every council, and there's merits to consider that. But in the current scenario, unless the regional staff pause the process and consider that option and roll out what it would look like compared to the existing 3 options, staff are powerless to say we want that option, because that option, we don't even have the population allocations that would align with that. So again, I don't know if that helps, but again, I just want to defend the process that staff are using as it's a council decision where you grow and how you grow. We just simply have to give you the numbers to ensure you have everything on the table.
Ms. Chambers, you want to jump in here?
Yes, through you, Mayor. We do have Councillor Hallman's motion on the floor, which has been moved and seconded. There was also discussion about perhaps deferring that motion, knowing that the region's report is going forward on the 15th and our next meeting is on the 13th. You know, it does, if the deferral occurs, we could bring it back on the 13th. Clerks have indicated they could turn around a motion that council would pass on the 13th very quickly to the region. And I would ask Mr. Regier if that would be included for regional council's consideration, if we could turn that around quickly after the 13th.
Well, we would certainly make council aware of the motion, and we'll be presenting our recommendation to council. So I could imagine that we will have a slide which will in that presentation, which will speak to Wilmot's final recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that any decision that's made on the 15th would have to be ratified at the next council meeting, because it is a committee meeting on the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
So any decision made at that meeting would have to be ratified by council at the following council meeting. So just some info. Council.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong, that you almost got to answering my question. I was going to ask, what's the date when it will be voted on by council at the region?
There will the first vote will be on the 15th, and the second vote will be, or the final vote on the amendment is going to be August the. Just let me bring that up here.
My apologies. I meant the report that's coming on the 15th. Is that what will be voted on again in August? It won't be voted on till August?
So we have an obligation to make provide a certain notice period for the final vote. So we have the public consultation, the final public statutory public meeting on July the 20th, and then the final vote on the overall amendment is on August the 18th. No, sorry, hang on a second. Yeah, August the 18th.
Will not the decision on the 15th go to the council meeting on the 21st of June?
Well, certainly it will.
The minutes of the meeting will definitely come up on then.
Yeah, they will, for sure.
So what happens in the committee meeting will go to council. And I'm assuming that it's that decision would be to ratify the decision which will come up in July. Okay. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. Just one thing I have scheduled on my calendar, July 20th as the formal public hearing for the regional official plan update. Is that true, Mr. Regier? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And then second, I'm looking for our Wilmot clerks to comment, because I see that we're about to hit curfew and we're not through our agenda. So are we going to do you have a motion prepared for us to vote on that, or how are we proceeding for procedurally going, hitting curfew in about 10 minutes?
A motion to defer to the June 13th meeting, is that what, yeah. I do have a motion prepared, it's pretty simple. That item 12.2 be deferred until the meeting of next council meeting of June 13th, 2022.
Okay, now I think also Councillor Holman was asking if you have a motion for us to continue past curfew.
Oh, sorry. I do not have one prepared, but I can momentarily. If I beg your patience, yes.
A follow-up, Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
Just wondering if, I'm not sure if Ms. Chambers can comment on the rest of the items on the agenda, or if we should just defer the rest of the items until the next council meeting. My perspective is that it looks fine, but I'm just, you know, if you and your staff can comment on that, if we should just defer the rest of the agenda.
Through you, Mayor, I would just call on any of the staff present to indicate whether they have any items that are of urgent nature. Just on a quick perusal, I don't believe there are. I believe there are some notices of motion brought forward by members of council, and if they are happy with deferring those, we could have a motion prepared to defer the remaining items to June 13th. And if we could get that done within 8 minutes, then we don't necessarily need to proceed with the suspension of the rules of procedure to extend past 11 p.m.
Are we prepared to vote on a motion to defer this before we defer the rest?
I'm not sure if you called on someone and we lost your audio there, Mayor Armstrong.
Yeah, I called on you, sir, if you have a comment.
Okay, just checking. Thank you. A procedure that I just want to check if we're deferring 12.1 or continuing the discussion or putting the discussion in advance, whatever you want to say on 12.1. Will we be able to do that? And I want to say this in the truest democratic sense. Will we be able to do this in the absence of hearing from people again who we've already heard from? Like, are we at the point where we're going to have 12 more delegations again? Or because we're continuing the discussion, will we be able to just sort of pick up where we are now, having heard from people? I'm sure we'll all get a few more emails between now and then. Is that appropriate to say we've had the public meeting on the topic? Now, you know, staff have had some time to listen. We've had some time to talk. You know, there may be a couple options for us to pick from as far as what we want to send to the region on June 13th. Do we think that's the right way to go? Or is that the right way to go, Ms. Chambers?
Through you, Mayor, I would suggest it would be very similar to the Hallman Pit, where we carried it over to a second meeting. We had heard that all of the delegations at the first meeting and the matter was debated at the next. We continued on with the delegations that were not heard. And so I would, if council is fine with that procedure, since you've already heard delegations, that we would just strictly do the debate on June 13th to clean this matter up.
So I take it with that we will do a recommendation that we defer this matter to June the 13th. We have a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. And the next item would be a motion to defer the remainder of council's agenda to June 13th. That is moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Gerber. All in favor? So the only item left now is a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Fisher, All in favor? We are now adjourned. And we just slid into home plate.